Afternoon, everybody. How we doing? We got technical issues, but you know, nothing new there. Right. Wow. We've got a guest in today as well. So it's over here, Trev.
Hi, everyone.
He's in the corner. Let's have a look who's in then. So we've got Anthony in first today, by the looks of it. Rob Cross is in. Hi, Rob. Anthony's asking how my hand is. It's a lot better, Anthony, to be fair. Still having problems gripping, and it's a bit stiff, but apart from that, I've not got the pain anymore, so that's a bonus. Phil Taylor, afternoon, Phil. And Multi. Cyberflyer, Bob. And Rob Cross. Thanks for the super chat, Rob. Trev's in, Geekology. Benji's going to be there. Hi, Colin. Got a bit of a funny voice today. We were out last night at friend's 50th birthday do, and they had a band on, and trying to shout over the top of the band has done me voice in, so I'm a bit croaky today. Cyberflyer, how you doing, mate? Stream Elements is in. Simon, well done, mate. Afternoon, Les. And Mike Atlantis. You've got to go out in a bit. Yeah. Thanks, Anthony. Yeah, so there is a nice lot of radios that Geoff has very, very kindly given me. And to be fair, I haven't even got round to bringing them upstairs yet. They're still back out on the decking. So I'll have to send my runner down to get them for me.
I can do that and be useful.
So Trev's got a few bits to show us today as well. He's brought lots of kit as per usual. So hopefully that'll be of interest to you. I know he's got some headphones and some MP3 DAC players and
digital audio players.
Yeah, all sorts of stuff like that. So I'm sure that'll be interesting, and a lot of valuable kit as well, I believe. So I think the only other thing we haven't got is any alcohol up here, Trev. I forgot to bring up the beers. Oh my God.
What can I do about that?
We'll have to go and get them, boy.
Where be they gone?
They'd be down in the kitchen.
Yeah, which ones do we want to start with, Graham?
Well, just bring up a few, Trev. There's some in the fridge. A couple of those stouts are in the fridge, and those Duvals are down there. Right. There's a little my metal caddy down there, and I've got my tankard on there, and you've got a glass in the cupboard.
Better sure. Duval, you know.
Yeah, you'll find something. Veg oil. Yeah, Trev's the veg oil man, Simon. I'm sure Trev will talk to you about veg oil in a minute. And Aston, afternoon, mate. How are you? How are you? So yeah, it was a great night last night. To be fair, it was a casino. They had a casino night going, a band on. To Kay's 50th birthday. Done a bit of dancing. Had to get some alcohol in first, but I did do a bit of dancing, you know, right at the end when the slower stuff came on. I'm too old to do jigging about now, really. So yeah, what we're going to do is we'll pull up some of Geoff's radios and have a look at. We'll see if we can get Trev to bring one up. Trev, do you want to bring that hacker on the hall table up as well? So yeah, I met up with Geoff last week. I forget what day it was now. I think it was Wednesday. Met Geoff down at Tiverton, and big channel supporter. He's also a customer. And he said, I've got some bits and pieces to let you have. So a lot to get through today. Hen, how are you? Esquel Pills is the best. Not heard of that one, Hen. I don't mind some of the Pills lagers, actually. I don't, especially in the summer. A nice cold lager at the fridge, very nice. So Trev's gone down to get the alcohol situation sorted and to bring us up the first of our radios that we're going to have a look at. Now, I literally have only unpacked these radios today because they've been in the corner.
I haven't brought the hacker up first because I thought this was more important.
Oh, yeah, okay, true. Yeah, you're all right. Okay.
Yes, I knew I was right.
I'll let you grab the hacker. So Trev's brought the alcohol stash up first, look. So we've got a few bits there to get through. Ah, interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. So we've also got another radio that Geoff has let me have. That's a bit of a secret at the moment. So that one won't be showing itself today, but quite an exciting project possibly coming up. Thank you, Trev.
Oh, you're welcome.
Oh, that's a bit heavy beast, that is. Let me just set some cameras up then. Okay. So yeah, Simon's saying veg oil, Trav. Les says hello as well.
How does he know about veg oil?
I've told Simon all about veg oil. Simon's run his cars on veg oil for quite some time.
Right, okay.
And he's used, I think it's filtered, Simon, isn't it? But he did a video on his setup. He's actually selling his setup. Rob, thank you very much, Rob.
Yes.
For parts for the radios, we're going to need some parts for some of them. I mean, a lot of these radios that Geoff has given me are for spares. There's lots of bits and pieces wrong. You're working on a patio heater for a neighbour, Nick. A gas one or electric? Erzkul is the best beer in Germany, apparently. Have you ever heard of that, Trev? Erzkul Pils?
Well, it's terrible that we haven't.
We haven't heard of it, Hen. You'll have to send us a crate over, mate. You'll have to send us a sample crate. What have we got then? We don't want zero stuff, do we?
Well, that's for me, obviously.
Why? You're not driving? Driving, are you?
Yeah, but I
What's
can't
going
handle
on?
it like you can.
I can't
But
handle it.
what we have...
Hell.
I think you might like to try that and show that to people.
Flipping heck. Have we got anybody from Denmark in the house? Anyone from Denmark in the house? Because we've got some battery acid here from Denmark. By the looks of it.
It's actually quite good, believe it.
Is it?
Yeah.
Let's move that one back out the way.
Good it was. That is
I do.
really
This is probably special brew territory, I would think. Let's get in a bit closer.
In fact,
stronger than special brew.
Stronger than special brew.
Hell, I can't. I've got no Stream Deck at the moment, so unfortunately, I'm going to be clicking through the through everything a bit quicker than normal. So, anybody from Denmark in the house, then? Afternoon, David Tag. How are you? Let me just get myself up.
It's certainly got a picture of a Danish fella on it.
Oh, it looks more like a Viking, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, they Danish are Vikings, are they?
Well, some of them from Denmark, for sure. Yeah.
What about this stuff, people? This is 10%. Trev had some of this the other day, and did you ever try it?
Friday I had a pint of it,
and you did?
I fell asleep almost instantly.
Oh my God, it's knockout mixture.
It's heavy.
10%.
It's light tasting, but
this is from Fax Brewery in Denmark. I don't know how to pronounce that. It looks like Bière Extra Forte de Qualité.
Yeah. So
Qualité.
It's extra strength and quality.
Right. It says you can return for a refund where applicable. Store in a cool, dry place.
You won't fit through a post box.
Where's this brewed then? Royal Unibrew from Fax in Denmark. Hell, that's some strong gear right there, isn't it?
Is it the home of Carlsberg?
Denmark? I'm not really sure. Probably.
Is it what special? Is it what doesn't make it into the special brew? Goes into there? I don't know, but it creeps up on you. That stuff. You've got to be careful with it.
Wow, is it a better?
I mean, it's obviously the thing.
500 ml as well. So
it's obviously the thing to start off as the first drink of the afternoon.
We'll give it a go then.
10% beer at 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, that's right. Starts you mean to go on. Well, it's quite light. It's difficult to see in this glass.
Yeah, it is quite
because this is a tankard.
But as I say, it's deceptively light tasting as well.
Normally, strong beers like this are
Yeasty tasting.
Or sort of sweet, quite heavy normally. But you know, for the benefit of the channel, I'll give it a go.
Yeah.
Cheers, everybody. Cool, that's got a. Mind you, it tastes a little bit metally, whether that's my tankard or the.
Oh God, that doesn't.
Or
sound
the
good.
can.
Sound good. Oh, not a good start.
But I haven't actually got to the beer yet because I've made it full of head. Anyway, shall we get to the main event? Oh, what's going on here? I seem to have got lots of stuff going on here. Let's have a look at this first radio then that Geoff has very kindly sent me. I don't know if Geoff might be in today. I'm not sure what he was up to today. But I'm not 100% sure what to do with this one yet, but this is a real beauty. I've got only got one of these, and this one is potentially in better nick than mine. So without further ado, let's have a look at the first radio. It's quite glary in that camera for some reason, whether it's the handle, I don't know. Have I got that camera on manual or auto? I can't see. Anyway, there we are. Do we all know what that is? %10 is not a problem for me, Cyber. No, not a problem at all. I can manage it. You know, I'll be the guinea pig. I noticed you didn't have one, Trev. Where's your 10%er?
I'm not ready for it yet.
And where's your glass?
Graham, it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm not ready for it yet.
What?
I'm your younger brother.
What? Only by 2 years?
I know, but I have to. Yeah.
There's some left in the
keep
can
that
left for
too,
you.
yeah.
Put it in your coffee cup. You'll be fine.
If you
What
can't
is he
handle it,
like?
I'm sure I'll have to deal with it.
Yeah, so for those of you that don't know, this is the Hacker RPC1 Cassette Sovereign. I don't know what's that light there that's blowing it out. Something's blowing it. That's a bit better.
It looks good. It looks good on my shot.
The story behind this one is Geoff has actually restored this, and it works. Apparently, I've not tried it. Like I say, literally, I've just unpacked these this morning. So for those that don't know what the RPC1 Cassette Sovereign is, it's obviously, I think, is it Hacker's only cassette? No, they did make a separate cassette deck, which something like the HCD, and we've even got, I don't know if he realises, Geoff realises, but he left a cassette in there, and it says Humpy. So we think that's. We think that's.
One we can think of.
We think that's the humper of the dinker.
Or somebody who's in a mood, maybe.
Yeah, so I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure Geoff said he got this going. I mean, this cassette looks a little bit ripply on the sides.
So Graham,
it's not looking too special.
Only version of a ghetto blaster. Is this their version of a ghetto?
Pretty much. The only other one.
Ghetto blaster.
The only other cassette deck that I think that I know Hacker did was the sort of like separates one. Right. I think it was the HCD. I'm sure somebody can tell us what that was. My voice sounds a bit gruff, doesn't it?
I think once you've got half a pint of that in, you'll be fine.
If I get that in me, I'll be fine. Right. So let me have a quick look, see if I can find out. Oh, what's Stream Elements doing here? I should be logged in. What's going on? We'll get Stream Elements going. I am logged in by the looks of it. It's just I took my time. But the dashboard is quite useful on Stream Elements. It tells me if we've got any new subscribers. And shows us the super chats. So thank you, Rob, for the super chats. We've got a few new subscribers in the week by the looks at William Van Collar and Marius Sturbu. So we've got a couple of new ones that have popped up in the week. Right, so I was going to have a quick look, see what this Hacker cassette deck was. I have got one up in the loft that's not great. It needs a bit of work. Ah, there we go. Yeah, it's HCD 1000 was their no, I'm gonna have to go to the. This is a pain. This stream deck, a deck not working. Let's go desktop capture. We'll wipe that. We'll go there. So this is one on eBay. So this is the only other cassette deck that I know hacker made, and I believe, you know, the story is that this was made by Nakamichi for hacker. So it's a Nakamichi mechanism in there. The one I've got is a bit poorly. It's I'm trying to think what it needs. But I think it basically needs a whole lot recapping inside. I got it going because it wasn't working. I put a belt in it, but it doesn't sound great at the moment, so it does need a bit of work. But yeah, that's the only other hacker that I know of that's a cassette deck. Now the RPC one, I've got one, but as I say, I did spend a lot of money on mine. See if there's one on here. No, there's not. Oh yeah, there we are. There you go. There's one for sale at the moment for £275. Look on eBay, and really, to be fair, that one looks like someone's drawn mic on. That's not right. So someone's replaced that text. So it doesn't look as good as this one. So yeah, £275 or offers. I'm sure that I paid $199 for mine. I can't remember now, but I know they are quite expensive. So let's get back to the main event. Apologies for the transitions, but as I say, my stream deck's a bit poorly at the moment. Afternoon, Dave KL from Holland. So I better have some more of this medicine that Trev's brought me, or poison, one of the two. So it's 3 wave bands: long wave, medium wave, and FM. It's got the royal warrant on it. Now they had 2 royal warrants. They had Her Majesty the Queen, and they had the Queen Mother. This has got the Queen's seal on it. So got station markers, and they're all there as well. We've got 8. The text on here is absolutely mint. All of the text on this is absolutely perfect. I'll have to go and grab mine and just compare it in a minute, but I'm pretty sure this one's better condition than mine. So we've got chrome dioxide tape set in as well. I'm not sure what this OSC shift, oscillator shift. I'm not sure on that. I'll have to look that up. So this is the recording, I think, radio, microphone, cassette. Does that record from the radio or microphone? That might be the microphone switch then. Bass and treble, AFC button, FM, medium wave and long wave. Of course, we've got our lovely hacker aerial again, which is the same as the one on the Super Sovereign. No swivel base on this. So we got 4 rubber feet. Let's have a look around the back end of it. Yeah, that grill's nice as well. We've got to try Humpy in a minute. Try old Humpy. Right, so let's have a look in the back. So we've got all the bezels here as well, which is rare because these pop out for a pastime, but the bezels are fitted as well. Got a fuse in there. Let's pop the back off. And we've got a bit of a re-glue situation needed there. But, it might be that Geoff's fixed the back grille. That just needs gluing back down. That's easy enough to do with a bit of PVA. Looks like we've got the original battery tray, but it's missing one of the studs there by the looks of it on the actual battery tag. Looks like we've got one missing off of there. Spanky, how you doing, mate? Far too expensive nowadays. Yeah, there's one on eBay. Was it 275? I can't remember.
275?
Yeah, 275 on eBay at the moment.
But they don't make them like that no more.
They don't. I don't know who makes the mech for these, but so the rest of it, let's have a look. Obviously, we've got our power supply in there. Manufactured by Hacker Sound in Bournemouth. So this is one of the later Hackers. Still is a Hacker though, to be fair. And we can see the cassette mech down in here. Pretty sure Geoff said he put another belt in it. I think that's the generic CPC belt. There's no recapping been done in this. It's all original caps. Is that the amplifier board? I'm not sure. I can't remember on these. We've got these edge connectors as well, which is something that you don't see on the older Hackers. So everything's plugged into this board here. Yeah, interesting. External aerial. We've got a DIN for recording and replay by the looks of it. Microphone socket and external loudspeaker socket. Interesting. I'll leave that out for a minute, but we will pop the back on and I'll have to see if I can find a figure of 8 cable. See if I can find a figure of 8 cable and get it plugged in. Pretty sure I got one here somewhere. Well, I'm not pretty sure. I've definitely got one here somewhere. Somewhere being the operative word. Is that one there? No, that's a 3-way. That's one cut up.
It's compact in here, but everything is here.
Everything is here somewhere. It's all here somewhere, Trevor, isn't it?
Yes. All
There we
labelled
go.
in the brain anyway.
Yeah. Every time I tidy up, I lose stuff.
Yeah.
You tidy up and stuff disappears, doesn't it? What's Les saying? It's for the medium wave, long wave interference from the bias oscillator. It shifts its frequency, really? And Nick's saying it shifts the bias oscillator frequency in case you get interference when recording off radio. Spanky's saying flipping heck. Take it that's because of the price of it, Spanky. Robert Head, afternoon to you, mate. How are you? Both your aerials have no knuckle on the aerial. You got one of these, have you, Simon? Well, you got two of them, you're saying. Now, I did repair mine because, from memory, the cassette door was jammed shut and I couldn't open it, so I had to strip the whole lot down. Right, where are we then? We're on medium wave. Let's go FM then. Let's pop the aerial up. I think we should have. Yeah, that's lovely. The aerial's a little bit loose, but that's not a problem. It is intact. And it looks like it's been lubricated as well. So pop AFC down. Ready? Switch on. Will it work?
It'll work. Yeah.
for Corey for coming on the show. I think we learned a lot about him. And what he'd do if he was a dog, for sure. Alright, H and CC now. This is Bust Down.
It's got a good tone to it.
Most important thing to do then is to try to get it flowering for Christmas 1962.
Don't do anything to it now. Leave it until April.
Leave it in a cold room, Fred?
Oh yes, don't matter much where you leave that.
I don't know. I wouldn't say in a cold room. Certainly not where it can get frosted.
Oh, not frosted. Well, you can...
What are we on about now? I think we've got a gardener's question time on, haven't we?
Yeah, well, Mr. Good, that gives you some idea of how to treat it, and you can take a choice whether you do put it in a smaller pot. But
and loved coming to my shows and just, you know, cherish every
Dial alignment's fine.
that you get with your grandparents. Oh, so special. But his favourite song in the
Tone
world
works nice.
is Moon River, and I would love to play it for you all now. Moon River, wider than...
Better not do too much of that, because the copyright police will get us.
Yes.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Okay, let's crack Humpy out, shall we? We'll try medium wave and long wave a minute, just make sure they work, and then we're going to crack Humpy out.
Oh, okay.
And Michael Hyde, how you doing,
Sure.
mate? I think we need to listen to Humpy, really. Let's try medium wave then.
Somebody breathing.
We've got that birdie there. It's like there's a station on medium wave now that's obviously there, but no transmission.
they've got Newcastle here at Carroll Road, followed by Aston. Debbie, Debbie for picking second.
Long wave. So the only place is going to be 1500. It's going to be down. Where's long wave on here? So it's going to be up here.
See the best experience known to man. He says that it's Japan. It is just, I'm actually stuttering while just thinking about it. The incredible nature of terrariums here. They look like these Victorian illustrations.
Let's rewind Humpy a minute. Rewind seems to be working.
How it's still living on in Japan. So
I'm a bit worried about this.
emulate that to where it all started, and hopefully kind of like add my own spin on it.
Well, we've had quite a few special house-plant editions of GCT recently. You'll find them on the GCT.
All right, let's play Humpy.
website. There's a huge archive there. It does...
Oh, so you've got to push that button then to switch the cassette in.
That's not Engelbert Humperdinck.
That doesn't sound like Humpy, does it?
No, that's Dixieland Jazz, that is.
It could be Humpy Does Jazz. We'd have to get this cassette back to Geoff. It might be important.
Yeah.
It does sound like jazz, doesn't it?
Yeah, we're going to have to apologise to all those jazz lovers out there, because they'll know this artist, won't they?
Oh, that's Morse code.
No,
What's
that's
that?
not going to be true.
Elvis, we don't want to put those in, really.
No, I'm fresh out of cassettes myself.
Oh, I've got loads of cassettes, but
Do you want me to go and get one?
There's a stack there. That
Happy to get one for you. What do you want? Catherine Stewart?
I don't know what that is. It's not Humpy.
What about Neil?
Well, no, we'll get copyrighted to hell for any of those, really, Trev.
Stopped.
Humpy works.
Yeah.
Anthony, what are you saying? Is there any news on the transmitter build? Transmitter build? What transmitter build do you mean, Anthony? Transmitter build? Well, 10% stuff seems to be going down fairly smooth. I can still speak.
What about that metallic aftertaste?
No, not really. That's probably just the fact it's always you get a little bit of a taste out of a can, don't you?
Well, no, you shouldn't do, really. It's a bit worrying.
It's my palate, isn't it?
Okay.
Oh, Mike is saying maybe the cassette is Humphrey Littleton.
Yes, of course it is.
Humpy
yes.
for short.
Yeah.
There you go. Well done, Mike. Trev
Yeah,
reckons
well
that
done.
is the
Definitely
case.
it.
That is Humpy.
It sounds like 1950s jazz from Humphrey Littleton's
Um,
band.
Have we got any cassettes there that got the chrome dioxide mark on them?
Let me have a look for you.
Ooh.
See if it auto recognises chrome.
Well, it doesn't because I've got a chrome button. I just wanted to sort of demonstrate the difference between the two, really.
Let's find you a chrome here.
Mike, Racing Demon, how you doing, mate? Humphrey Richard Adian Littleton with a Y, also known as Humph, was an English jazz musician. You've got it on the head, Mike, and welcome, mate. Well, I thought it said Humpy, but I thought initially when I saw it, it said Humph. But I thought that was, well, we thought it was Engelbert Humperdinck, but we've got
Rachmaninoff and Brahms, chrome dioxide.
Type 2. Okay, that was one of the ones I was going to erase on my eraser. I might have erased this one. But yeah, we'll have to see if Geoff comes on. He can vouch for it being Humphrey Littleton. Right, just get you in a bit closer on this cassette. We'll switch over. I've got to do this manually.
I've got one Dolby S here, Graham. That's incredible.
Dolby S, Humph, look.
Yeah.
So I think you're dead right, Mike. Mike says hello to you as well, Trev, Mr. Racing Demon. Trev's just searching through my, yeah, see, I thought that said Humpy, but it does say Humph, doesn't it, with an H on the end. So that's 100% sorted. Timothy, how you doing, mate? So Trev's got us a chrome dioxide one. And I don't know. This is one of these ones I bought from a batch of tapes because it had some nice, very nice tapes on it, and I bought a huge, great tape eraser. Massive, great thing. I've not shown that yet. I think I've shown it on Patreon, but I don't think I've shown it on video yet because literally it is too heavy to lift in here. I'm trying to think which is the way the play goes. Usually they've got like a little arrow on the door, but it hasn't on this one. So does it play that way or does it play that way? Let's try a chrome dioxide tape in then. Obviously that's in the wrong way then.
Oh, here's a chrome one, pre-recorded chrome one.
Right, who's that by then?
George Lloyd. There you go.
Who?
George Lloyd. Says
Oh,
he
okay.
pretending to know. I've never heard of George Lloyd.
Piano Concerto number 1 and number 2.
Yeah.
Don't know if that would be copyright. So let's have a listen to this then. So we'll put it in chrome dioxide. This is someone else has recorded on a different machine, so it might sound terrible on this, but you never know. We want pre-recorded, really. We've got George Lloyd, Scapegoat, Piano Concerto number 1.
Waiting in the wings.
Well, it's a long lead-in on that one.
Oh, Fine Young Cannibals is chrome.
Nice. Now we're talking. Fine Young Cannibals.
Yeah,
That's
Fine Young
better.
Cannibals is in chrome.
There's nothing on that one at all, by the sound of it.
No.
I might have. This might be one that I've erased though. I erased the hell out of it. This bulk degausser thing I've got is absolutely massive. You just got a Cosser 501 Melody Maker working. Well done, Timothy. Nice radios. Robert's asking if I've got any tapes for stories instead of music, risk of copyright. Yes, I have. There's somewhere there's a CB one with Dave Lee Travis on it, I think.
Right. Okay.
It might be downstairs in my stash, though.
Yeah, I haven't seen David Travis here.
Well, there doesn't appear to be anything on that side. Let's turn it over. I think this might be one that I've erased. Yeah. So that one is blank.
Graham,
He's trashing my tapes.
No, not me. The David Lee Travis.
Yeah.
Is that one a blank tape or is it?
No, it's a pre-recorded.
It's not. It's definitely.
It's going to be downstairs then. It'll be downstairs. I don't think we've got anything with storybooks. We've got some storybook ones, but I think they're up in the loft.
Well, have a look downstairs to David Travis.
So that one's actually blank, which is nice. So I've already erased that one, so it shows that my eraser works. So this one might be erased as well. This is George Lloyd, Scapegoat Piano Concerto No. 1, with Martin Roscoe on the piano. But it might be taped over because there's another label stuck over the front of it. I've not had a Cosser Melody Maker here, Timothy, actually. If this works, let's see if this one works. I better get some more 10%er in me, am I?
As I say, we've got Fine Young Cannibals as well as your backup.
Yeah, I think.
I mean, the copywriters will have it.
I think I've. Oh. So what you tend to find is that chrome dioxide helps the higher frequency ranges, not as muffly. So if I take it off of chrome dioxide, we should lose some of that treble. If I turn the treble right up, oh,
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
but that doesn't seem to work. It seems to be better in normal.
It would be better in normal. It would be better in normal.
Plays better in normal.
It would play better in normal because it's been recorded in chrome dioxide. You get a high frequency range. Pre-recorded chrome dioxide should replay better on a normal cassette deck without the chrome. Will play on anything.
We can certainly hear the tape hiss on
Record
that.
it in chrome, but play it back in normal so as we could get a better high frequency range. It sounds clearer. Tends to sound clearer.
I've got some metal tapes downstairs, but they're I haven't found anything that I want to put on those yet. Plus, I need to get my Nakamichi going before I start messing with that.
Let's say there's your Fine Young Cannibals.
Let's try Fine Young Cannibals.
David Lee Travis?
Yeah, have a look downstairs.
Straight on it.
There's over on the bookcase, right in the corner by the hi-fi setup. There's a bag, like a pull-out basket there with a load of cassettes in.
Right.
But if you listen to this though, there's quite a lot of amplifier noise. Can you hear that? There's quite a lot of amplifier hiss. Now, whether that's a noisy transistor or capacitors, I don't know. What's your thoughts on that? It's quite a lot of. Well, I am turning that up pretty high, to be fair, but. Quite a lot of amplifier hiss. So let's try Fine Young Cannibals. This is going to get me a copyright hit for sure, isn't it? So this is also chrome dioxide. I do like Fine Young Cannibals, to be honest. This will tell us if it's sounds a little muffly. Let's go through a couple different tracks. Most pre-recorded stuff was normal ferric. I know, you're right, Benji. Some of the later ones were recorded in chrome. So it might be that we need to just do the azimuth on that, maybe. May need to do a little bit of an alignment on that, but one thing you can see by the chrome cassettes is they are quite a dark coloured material. If I put it underneath the overhead camera there, you'll see the chrome tape is a very black coloured tape, where a normal one, if I put a normal one beside it, you can see that's quite a brown coloured tape. So you can usually tell if it's a chrome tape because of the colour. It's difficult to see there really because the light's not that great, but I'm sure you can see that one is brown and one is black. Can you see that? Yeah, maybe. But yeah, a lot of the later ones are recorded in chrome. You're looking at stuff from the late 80s, really, early 90s, and then this has got copyright 1988 on it. Fine Young Cannibals, the raw and the cooked. And what you'll find normally on the, surprised Trevor found that actually, because normally on the case it says chrome. It's got like the little chrome symbol, but it hasn't on this one. So how did he know that was chrome then? It certainly is, but we'll have to ask him in a minute. It must be on here somewhere. Yeah, I can't see it. How did you know this was chrome? Oh, okay, I see it. It's on the cassette there, look.
Fixed and finding.
I was going to say it's down there in the corner, look, where it says chromium. Just below the Dolby. You found it, Trev, did you?
Yeah, I found it.
This is you haven't heard this before. I was going to do this I was going to do a video on this, but I will show it to you now. Head needs degaussing, possibly, Mike. Sometimes cassettes sound muffly because the foam pads deteriorated. I think the 10% stuff's getting to me now. Foam pad on this looks absolutely perfect. If you can see, you might be able to see the foam pad. Yeah, it's pretty good. But I hear what you're saying, Tim. If I hold it over the white look, you can see the pad is 100% there still. It's a good take, that. I do like Fine Young Cannibals. Throwback to my my music love in the late 80s. So what have you got for us then, Trev?
He's still performing.
Look at this. Oh, this is a beauty. This is a beauty. Now, I'm trying to think of the name of the channel now. Trying to think of the name of his channel, but he had a CB radio cassette that was recorded back in the 80s, and I did say to him I'd love to get a recording of it, but he never got back to me. I'm trying to think of the name of his channel now, but after listening to that video, listening to it, watching it, because you listen to it really because it's a cassette. I decided I'd have a search and see if I could find one of these type of tapes, and I found this. So you'll notice the name on bottom is Radiomobile, which is the name of one of the big CBs that was released when CB became legal in '81. Radiomobile were one of the best and one of the most expensive as well. And if you notice that the name on the top of this is Dave Lee Travis, which is a well-known DJ. In fact, I think he's still going now, isn't he, DLT? DLT's still going now? He went to commercial radio, didn't he?
Commercial radio. I don't know.
Anybody know if DLT's still going? Timothy saying sometimes cassettes because of the plasma material. Multi saying used to get a lot of black deposits on the tape heads from chrome tapes. Probably cheap tapes, yeah. You had to pay extra for pre-recorded chrome tapes, so you had a choice.
Yeah. Well, the chrome tapes have more metal, don't they? So they're going to leave more deposits, I think, logically. And metal is even harder again, isn't it?
So you can see a picture on the back there of one of the Radiomobile CB radios, and I have got a couple of the Radiomobile CB radios. They are really good. Cybernet chassis, and you can see there on the tape. I mean, I've got it. If I put it that now, it's that way around, isn't it? Try to get the right way up for you. There we are. So this is what is CB? CB in the USA, CB in GB. This is one of the things, because when the CB hit the UK, everything to do with CB was American, because America had had it for a long time, and we sort of got it on the back of the Americans. So everything that we had CB-wise was Americanized. All of the literature and that. It was very rare to actually get anything that was just dedicated to UK CB. So anyway, let's stick this in, because Mr. Rob Cross said, have we got anything with just vocals on it that's not copyright? And this will do the job for sure. This is not copyrighted, I'm sure.
So this is like reliving the days of Convoy now. This
is after Convoy, isn't it? Post. It says 1 hour. We're not going to listen to an hour of this, Geoff, but let's stick it in and see what it's saying. This is just normal. It's not some chrome dioxide or anything like that. But it certainly wouldn't get me any copyright hits. Put it that way. Okay, and I've got it in the wrong way around, so I'm on side 2 then, by the looks of it. So what's on side 2? Side 2 is the equipment available. Well, this is Richard Hudson Evans on this side. We want to listen to DLT, really, don't we?
Yes.
Yeah, we want DLT. So let's rewind that then a minute. Catch up with the chat. Spanky's saying that DLT got caught up in U-Tree. Is that the whole sort of Jimmy Savile thing? Was that U-Tree?
He denied it all, and I don't think anything came of it from what I can remember, but it broke him, I think.
So Anthony's saying that he is still about, as he was on Unit DJ's radio, but it closed down just recently.
Ah, brilliant. Yeah, I mean, nothing came of that. He was accused of stuff and nothing came of it.
And Rob Cross is saying, what year did CO2 or chrome dioxide tapes come out? His dad has a Sony stereo model. It's a Sony EX2K. You hear of it? Broke tape deck when I was a child. Must show me. All right, Rob. Yeah, you'll have to send me some pictures on that. That sounds a bit rough, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That's not the deck. That's the tape itself. It's a bit loose.
Sometimes you can fix tapes by just rewinding them and fast forwarding them constantly, can't you?
Yeah. Right.
That didn't take long, did it?
Let's listen to a bit of DLT then, telling us about CB radio. Mike, thank you very much. You got 1st, 4th and 5th in the National. Whoa. Racing Demon, you got 1st, 4th.
Right, shut up and listen. This is a guide to CB, right? Now, you need a guide because it's a labyrinth, I can tell you. Now, it's not a little teach yourself, repeat after me number. It's a get a load of this, understand it,
well done,
and
Mike.
prepare to answer questions later. Now you're going to be hearing all sorts of things, including music. Yes, you're going to hear
Michael.
what CB's for, you're going to hear people using it, how it started in America, how
How you
it
doing,
started
Mike?
here, and you're also going to have a guide to this guide. There's somebody who knows a lot more about it than I do, and he's terribly familiar. You'll know his name immediately I'd say it. He's so well known, I hardly need to introduce him, and it's Mr. Dave Lee Travis.
Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to the story of Citizens Band Radio.
Whoa.
So, you want to know about Citizens Band Radio? Well, this tape, believe me, will tell you all you really need to know in the straightest way possible. We're not going to confuse you with talk like rubber ducks in convoy.
Well, hi there, good buddy. Got a goose bud with buttons for sure. Wretched joint in the monster lane. Don't take it in the slack now. Don't beat the bears down and
How I remember it.
And we're not going to use too much technical jargon.
Turn the switch to cowl, calibrate, on to transmit, adjust the sensitivity for full-scale deflection.
Well, that'll need a degree in microtechnology to understand it. But CB is
What's
easy,
Spanky
fun,
saying?
and useful. We're going to hear the story of CB radio here.
Lorry Lingo and the Dipsticks, have you heard of that? No. Trev's like a mine of information for anything musical.
About Citizens Band Radio. Oh, a great
DLT and Paul Burnett, they were. Convoy GB.
Wow.
And if you're confused
Ever heard of
about
that?
what equipment you need,
Well, we'll get Trev Googling. We'll get Trev Googling on that.
other side of this tape, discovering what equipment is available, how much it costs. How
I
to
mean,
set
it
all
sounds
up,
like a spoof
and coming
band,
up
doesn't
with
it, of
sensible answers to
DLT and
idiot questions
Paul
like,
Burnett, but...
Now, where do you suggest I put my antenna? The answer to that lies on the other side. Meanwhile, back here on this side... Okay, let's start with a straightforward definition of what legal Citizens Band is. Then we'll all know what we're talking about. For this, I call upon a straightforward expert, Richard Nichols.
CB's very simple. It's just a two-way radio which you can...
It's an awful record, apparently.
On your speaker,
Convoy GB.
like. And with it, you can then speak to as many people who are similarly equipped and are within range about anything you like, the weather, the cricket results, whatever. What I'd like to know, Richard, is...
Michael's saying head's dirty or not set to metal position. There's only a chrome dioxide and normal setting on this one.
They're going to use it for
I've got metal available on my cassette deck at the top here. It's auto recognises it. It's got Dolby on it. It's not
there is a traffic jam on
connect to that.
It's too late because you already know. With CB,
yes, your pre-recorded, as I say, your pre-recorded chrome, you would always normally replay it in normal because it would sound clearer.
Or if you just want to know what the traffic's like.
It depends how good your tape deck is, but that's why they made them pre-recorded like in chrome.
Someone will tell you.
And Michael's saying DLT got done by Noel Edmonds with a gotcha. Afternoon, Mick. How are you?
Yeah, my God. Dave Lee Travis and Paul Burnett released a song called Convoy GB in 1976.
Really?
And it got to number 4.
Really?
It got to number 4.
Oh, when in 1976?
Yes.
Well, that'd be available on a 7-inch single then, wouldn't it?
Yes.
We need to buy that. We need to buy that,
yes,
Trev. I think we need to get on that.
Okay, well, it's
we need that.
on Spotify.
No, we don't want Spotify.
No,
we want the original. We want the original recording.
Yeah.
1976. So would that be cassette? Back 76?
If you ask anyone what
Trying to think when we went from 8-track to cassette. That would have been probably around that time, wouldn't it?
You definitely get it on cassette in 76. Yeah, definitely.
Les is saying DLT was one of the best DJs in the 70s.
Yeah. Agreed.
Big old truck driving men with bars of chocolate lying at their side as they travel on their weary way, talking to each other, hurling abuse and doing all sorts of things. It may be a bit of an old cliche
It's
I think, about America and the
on
start
Amazon,
of CB,
Graham,
but it does
for a
lead me
7-inch
to the
single.
question, Richard, which is burning. How
What,
did
new?
in fact start in America?
What about Discogs? Discogs are pretty good. Have you got Discogs?
General Mobile Radio
Yes, we've all got
Go to Discogs and see what they got mint.
It imitated bird calls rather better than it transmitted the human voice.
Google DLT got you, apparently. It's really funny.
Never really caught on. But the transistor changed all that because it enabled people to make a set which could stand up to the battering in a car and still produce an
it says there are
electrical
3
signal.
for sale, right?
So if you like, round about 1958 when
But then
Class
it
D
says something about there's
Citizen band came out, which
217
is
for
what we now
sale, so
know
I
as
don't
CB.
understand that at all.
It depends what version, I think.
Incorporated into it. It began to catch on, but it was really...
So David is saying DLT was born in Buxton.
Expensive luxury. And they stuck with it for a long time until the oil crisis. Now you can remember petrol rationing was a threat of it over here. Americans discovered OPEC and...
See, I didn't know DLT had been into CB. Well, I assume they've just, Radiomobile have just paid for DLT to make this tape, haven't they?
Well, when was that released, Graham? Because this is a number 4.
The truckers needed their fuel to stay on the road. They needed it to...
Let's see what it says.
They earned their money and they used their radios to tell each other where
You think so?
to get fuel. And at the same time, the federal government...
Let's turn that down a little bit.
55-mile-an-hour speed.
24 pence.
And the big rigs...
Yeah, there's nothing on this that gives us any idea as to when it was made. There's no little copyright or anything on it.
It might be old enough that it'll need carbon dating.
Carbon dating? It's not that bloody old.
Well, it's pretty old.
Mike's saying Discogs are good.
Yeah, I agree. I'm struggling with you.
My car, and I can listen in and I can find out where the fuel is and I can zip round there. And so instead of going to the station and watching the window first, now go to one that's got the gas.
Could be if it's for sale, you can click on it and buy it. It's not going to be good.
Needed petrol.
Yeah, I'm on Discogs, Mike. So I've tried. Well, we did, didn't we? We went through a lot of my records and put them on Discogs.
We've
Not for sale. Yeah.
We are lagging behind a bit now. Big time.
Well, we haven't done any of the singles, I don't think, have we? But we've done a lot of the albums that we've cleaned them and. No, I haven't. I've really added to them recently. Not really.
Okay.
The only stuff I bought recently was the ABBA stuff, and I bought a couple of singles. That's about it.
Oh right, well, that's good. That's a relief.
So you've got the Bishop's Finger, Paddy. Excellent. I hope you're enjoying it.
I hope it doesn't hurt too much.
Yeah, clench. And Benji's saying he's got to be in his 70s by now. Timothy's got a couple of Philips cassette recorders. Drive belts completely rot away.
So they got CD. They like CD.
What are you up to?
I'm still trying to find it.
So he's trying to find stuff.
I've got the Irish version of it.
Irish?
It was released in Ireland.
Gas station. It's hardly remarkable that CB caught on so quickly. But what amazes me is that once the crisis was over, CB continued to boom. Now, what was all that about?
What actually happened is that the American government...
You've got a few of your Unicorn albums from Discogs. Discogs is very good. I mean, it's if anyone doesn't know what Discogs is, it's like a community of recording lovers, isn't it, really? Because it was mainly originally vinyl, but there's all sorts of other stuff on it now. I've tried to put a cassette on there that wasn't listed on Discogs. I tried to put it on, but I cocked it up. It's quite complex to put something on there if you've got something unique.
Yeah.
But if you want something rare, then you can buy it on Discogs for sure. I mean, I bought a single that Mr. Cody's was into. About it was an Irish sort of like soldier. You remember that one?
Yeah, it was amazing.
That was very difficult to get hold of, but I got it on Discogs. So if you want anything rare, go on Discogs and you can get it.
That one was banned, wasn't it, Graham?
I think it was, yeah. Yeah. I think Steve Pendlebury played it on his radio show. And Mike's saying for hard to get albums, yes, for sure, Mike, and you can get fairly good deals. I would trust Discogs probably more than I would eBay. I think so.
217 for sale of Convoy GB, believe it or not.
Well, if you go down through the filters, then to Mint, see what they sort of going for from on Mint.
list newest? No.
Multi saying he's got an old 60s Philips cassette recorder somewhere in the garage. Must get it out and have a look at it. I've got a lot of, I mean, I've got a cassette deck here, which is my everyday play cassette deck. It's the Denon up there. I use that quite a lot.
A small bunch of
so I've got one from Ireland, so that's no good. So then,
so if anyone wants to say hello to Trev, Mr. Geekology, he's over there. Look. Give him a wave, Trev.
oh yeah.
He's sat over in the corner.
Yeah. So I found one in mint condition in the UK, and that one is £4 plus I think £6 shipping. Is the grey
£6 shipping in the UK? That sounds a bit.
Is that right?
Or is that £6 including shipping? Click on it and see what it says.
Here we go. Oh yeah, so it's £6.
Oh, there you go.
Mint.
Well, what does it say about it? Does it say about it in the sleeve? It's got a. Can you play that? Is that a little clip of it?
Yeah.
Have you got your volume turned up?
No, but we can get the volume turned up.
Tress found a little clip of it, so let's.
Because of course this is.
It was a foggy day on the 6th of May in a scammer hauling bricks. It was just cracking dawn and I started to yawn because I couldn't find any nice chicks. I tried Newport, Bracknell, Tollington, and even Watford Gap.
That's clever. Can you hear that?
It's a lonely life, truck driving, but it's
surround sound.
Because when you're up in the cab, you're the king of the road, and it's dead romantic like. And then I remembered me two-way radio, so I started feeling better.
Hi to Mill.
I thought, I'll start a convoy, you know, just like that American fella.
That's it.
Saga. Saga.
Convoy outside the USA.
Oh, outside the USA. Right, there you go. You can stop it now, Trev.
Stop.
Well, there you go. Convoy GB. I never knew that existed, so thank you for that. Was that Spanky that mentioned that? I can't remember now.
Yeah, well done.
It was Spanky, yeah. Thank you, Simon, for that. We will order that. We will order that awful record. We will order that and give that a play. Tune in. How you doing, mate? Scouser on tour. It sound Scousey, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely like.
Scouser on tour. Was that a bit of Liverpudlian? There, Trav?
Definitely Mancunian Liverpudlian, yeah.
Mike says, still not got around to replacing the fast forward rewind idler on your NAC BX100. Yeah, my Nakamichi's still not working, Mike. I say still not working. I haven't picked it back out since I did the live stream on it. So I must get that going because I really want to get some of my records onto tape. And also want to get some of my... Well, there's lots of things I want to do, but I do need my Nakamichi. So I must get that done and calibrated. So there you are. That's the Cassette Sovereign. Get back to that a minute. That's the Cassette Sovereign, and as I say, that was Dave Lee Travis and Richard Hudson on the Guide to Citizens Band Radio. Brilliant. I better rewind that actually. Don't leave your cassettes halfway through. Always rewind them back to the leader. So Multi Towers reckons that Convoy GB was on top of the pops once.
Well, if it got to number 4, it must have.
It probably was, wasn't it? You have to Google that. Trev, we got Trev googling.
I've seen Top of the Pops appearance on here somewhere in my travels for it. So I think I can get onto that quite quickly.
So there you go. I don't know if this has got... See, there's absolutely no copyright or date or anything on this at all. There's not even a... Like normally with a cassette, you get like a reference number, don't you?
Yeah.
ISBN. It's not ISBN, is it? But you usually got some sort of number on it, but this has absolutely got nothing on it whatsoever.
No.
So it's no copyright on that.
No.
It says produced for Radiomobile by the Sound Partnership. What else does it say in here? We're totally off topic then, as usual, but so this was produced by the Sound Partnerships Limited, 8 Dorset Square, London. Music was written and performed by Gary Taylor. So this was Richard Hudson Evans and Dave Lee Travis. It says Richard Nichols. I don't know where he comes into it. He's editor of Breaker magazine. That was a very good CB mag back in the day. I don't know what his input to this was. A bit random because it says about Richard Nichols, but he's not actually mentioned in here anywhere. So there's a few safety things. It tells you about the channels. Channel 9 is only for emergencies. Channel 14 is the call-in channel, and channel 19 is for travellers on the main roads. But that all changed, didn't it? So channel 19 tended to be the call-in channel. Channel 14 was the... what was channel 14? Was more of like the youngsters and the Muppets channel. Thank you, Rob. Spanky been retracting stuff. What's up? Probably a freebie with the CB kit. It might have been. Oh, Michael Greenhoff sent. Look at the link, Techmoan. You can't show links here, unfortunately, Michael. So what are you saying about Techmoan there, Michael? You'll have to give us a bit more info and then we can look it up for you. But I do follow Techmoan.
He's a great guy.
Cracking channel, Techmoan, if you've not heard of him before. So there we are. That's the Cassette Sovereign, very kindly donated by Geoff. I'm not 100% sure what we're going to do with that one yet. So I'll have to have a chat with Geoff and see what the outcome is. We might give that away. I don't know. It's a hell of a giveaway if we did. So there you go. Oh, the history of the cassette. Apparently, Techmoan.
Right.
Thanks, Michael. We'll look that one up, mate. Spanky says it's probably a freebie with the CB kit. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to think. Back in the day, Radiomobile were very expensive. I never bought a Radiomobile back in the day, but they were pretty expensive. I wonder if I can get you a Radiomobile CB to have a quick look at, just to deviate even further. I've got Radiomobile CBs. I've actually got one that's mint as well somewhere, but I think they're in Mrs. Cruncher's dressing room. Or have I got one right here to hand? I've probably got one here. I've got a cupboard here with CBs in, and there we go. There's a Radiomobile there. There we go. So let's just drag that out. Say these are very, very good radios. This one's never been opened. We've still got the guarantee stickers on this one. It's got the original guarantee stickers. This radio's never ever been opened. So there we are. That's a Radiomobile CB, and as I say, we've still got the original factory stickers on the side. But that's the one that is referenced on the back of the picture there. I think that's the one, or is that a smaller one? No, that is that one. CB202, which was their top of the range model. There was another one, CB201, I think, which didn't have all of these knobs on it. It just had a couple. I think it was just volume and squelch. This has got RF gain, I think, and tone on it. So, and you got a dimmer PA. The other one wasn't as featured as that one, but full size radio and Cybernet chassis. Very nice. So there you are. That was a big deviation from showing a cassette player, wasn't it?
The deviations. I found the top of the pots as presented by Tony Blackburn. Is that?
Tony Blackburn, yeah.
The Scratchway service area, and we are going to find Lorry Lingo, the plastic, the chickens, the dipsticks, everything, and Convoy GB. It was a foggy day on the 6th of May in a Scammell Hall.
Oh my God.
It was just cracking dawn and I started to yawn.
Look at this.
Really nice chicks. I tried Newport, Pagnell, Toddington, and even Watford Gap. But after so many exits, I really needed was
oh my God.
But it's better than a bike. Because when you're up in the cab, you're the king of the road, and it's dead romantic like. And then I remembered me two-way radio, so I started feeling better. And I thought I'll start.
Is that DOT?
Yeah.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah. Blooming Convoy.
I'm probably going to get a copyright here for this, aren't I? I don't believe it.
Hello, this is Super Scouts calling. Anyone out there? Come on.
There's a guy with a seagull costume on.
That's Paul Burnett.
Oh dear, so there we were, the two of us.
That is DOT, isn't it?
Yes.
Was he from Liverpool then? DOT?
Don't think
Or was he
so.
just doing an accent? Very good, Trav. Brilliant. Excellent. Ha. Anyway, we've deviated, haven't we? We've deviated loads. But there you are. That's the RPC-1 hacker. Very kindly donated by GT Geoff. DOT's going to sue me, apparently. That'd be great. That'd be some publicity, wouldn't it? DOT, sue the cruncher. Sue the cruncher. Right, let me go and get something else. They can see you, Trav.
They can see me?
They can see
right.
you, yeah.
Okay, that's
yeah.
great.
I've got you. Let me just alter you a little bit because you're a bit small. Right, not small. That's
I feel small amongst all this kit.
Oh, looks like that sounds like a lady's about. They've been out walking the dog and getting my car from last night.
It didn't take him long.
Surprising, eh? Time flies when you're the driver of a train. Right, let me go and grab another radio. Let me go and grab another radio a minute, and then we'll get Trav in for a quick session. Because the radios are still out on the patio. On the patio? On the decking even. Oh, looks like Mrs. Cruncher's got the hose out, so we've got some dirty dogs. They've probably been licking my radios, I expect. Let me mute the microphone a minute. Right, there's Coco. Hello, Coco. Yeah, good boy. Wind out then. Don't you go licking any of these radios. Let's grab that one first. Interesting. Right.
You want me to bring any more up?
Yeah, you can just grab a couple, Trev. Bring them up. I've got one. God, it's a bit blowy out there. It is a bit blowy.
It is a bit.
Good walk.
Yes, thank you.
Do you get ice creams?
Yes, thank you.
Very nice too. Didn't bring us one, did they? Yeah, didn't bring us an ice cream back. Right. So there we are. Bit of deviation, bit of convoying. Thank you, Rob. So this is the next one. Have I seen one of these? I've seen one of these, but I think under a different brand. Let's just get that let's just get that out of the way a second. There we are. Anybody know what that is then? What's that, Anthony? Yes, Graham? I'll tell you what, that'd be a strong stuff. But hopefully I can take it. So this is a very interesting radio. It's one of the ones that Geoff has given me. I've got something very similar to that. Let me just go and see if I can find what I'm thinking of that's very similar to that. Because it might be that I've got the same one, but I'm sure the other one's Murphy. I'm sure the other one's a Murphy.
Murphy, we're looking for Murphy.
No, I've got a Murphy.
Has anyone seen a Murphy? They make a good stout as well.
Okay, no, it's not. I mean, I've got the Murphy here, and it's nothing like it, really. No. Okay. That's what I was thinking. I was thinking of Murphy, but I've not seen that before.
I seem to remember something about Murphy producing really cheap hi-fi stuff as well at some point. But I might be wrong on that.
Yeah, Murphy,
Bush.
Did make some good stuff.
Or something, or...
Right, so chat's gone a little bit quiet in here. Mike sussed it. Oh, GEC. It is an OGEC. I've not seen it. I don't think I've seen it. It looks very familiar for some reason. Now this is for restoration. I don't think anything's been done to this. It's a little bit beat up, but I think it's doable. And it looks like we've got a nice world band map on the back. World zone map.
We've got the equilateral lines as well, so maybe.
So basically it's just got the time zones really. International time zone map. So just looking at the back, it's a G836. Serial number is 101379, but it's interesting. So what battery is that, do you reckon? It looks like a PP9, doesn't it? Looks like a PP9 size hole anyway. So does anybody know anything about the G836? Mr. Andrew Alsfer likes these, actually. I'm not so sure what Andrew is today, but he's a big fan of these GEC radios. GEC being a General Electric company. I like that.
A GEC were they American?
I think they were, yeah. Oh, well, that's sort of not lined up, because off is down here and the little dots up here. Not sure where that is. The volume's on this one. So we've got on, off, and tone on this one, and we've got volume on this one. So there's obviously a world band radio. We've got medium wave, long wave, VHF, shortwave 1. BS1, I think that's band spread, so that basically increases the band spread for the 31 meter band. Then we've got shortwave 2, we've got band spread 2, which is the 13 meter band. Clever. So it's almost like fine tuning for 31 meter and 13 meter band. I see we've got Luxembourg written on the dial as well. So we've got a band spread there as well. BBC 3, 200, which is going to be radio 4 now on long wave. I just hope they keep going on long wave, because it'd be a shame to lose some long wave altogether. We got RTE from Ireland on long wave still, but very little else. Okay, so let's have a look. I really know nothing about this. I don't know whether we've got AF117s in here. It's got to be that era. It's got to be that era. And it must be a 9-volt radio. Must be 9-volt radio. You got yourself a glass now, Trevor, have you?
I've got myself a glass. Yeah. Just plucking up the courage to...
You're plucking up the courage, are you?
Yeah.
It's almost compulsory, really.
Yes. There are certain house rules.
Yes, you know. I mean, if you're joining the live stream, really, you need to be drinking something.
Yes.
All right. So I reckon this... I'm not going to connect it up, but I'm just looking to see if it would have been a PP9 battery. I'm not sure. Would it have gone in? It sort of almost doesn't really fit, does it? Is it that way? Doesn't really fit a PP9. Well, it's not going to be that way up, I wouldn't have thought. No, it can't be that way up because that's too short. Unless it won't be a PP7. It's too big for a PP7. Strange, I don't know. I mean, I would assume that it's probably, unless it goes that way, maybe. Oh, that might be. Ah, there we go. There we are. Oh, that's how it goes. Lots of wood like a Fidelity Rad 18. It certainly is, isn't it? Internals look similar to VHF Skymaster. They certainly do, Multi. It could well have AF117s. The Rolf's in. Afternoon, Rolf. This is a pain not having the stream deck in here, because I don't know what's going on here. Oh. Yeah, I've sussed it now. It goes in sideways like that. So it is a PP9, so that means it's a 9-volt radio. We'll have a quick look. G836. Let's have a quick look on Radio Museum, see if they've got anything on it. GEC G836, did I say? Yep. Oh, Mr. Andrew Alsfer has done a video on this. There you are. So if anyone wants to see any more, check out Mr. Andrew Alsfer on YouTube. Has done a series on this. Actually, a 4-parter. Around 1969, apparently. That's same age as Mrs. Cruncher then. 74 years old.
I was 2 then.
You were 2. 69. I was 5, wasn't I?
Yes.
I was 5 years old. Refoaming the back panel. Oh, right, okay. Has the back panel got foam in it then, has it? Oh, right, yeah, this bit. I will have to catch up with Mr. Andrew Alsfer's videos on that. So if you're wondering who the hell Mr. Andrew Alsfer is, he's a moderator on the channel. Let's just turn the volume off on that. We'll wait till the ads are gone and skip the ads. So, this is a pain, I tell you. Right, let me see if I can go to my screen. And we'll pop Mr. Andrew Alsfer's YouTube channel on there so you can have a look at that. If I can find the right button, that's Trev's there. Where's my desktop catcher? There it is. Cube that and go on to there. So this is Andrew's channel, Andrew Alsfer, and you can see he's done a a video on this exact radio. In fact, one looks absolutely immaculate compared to this one, but yeah.
Right, long wave, VHF, shortwave one with.
So there's Andrew
shortwave 2
in action for GEC 836. So Andrew's got a little bit of info here for us. It's very similar to a GEC 820 from 1967. And he's got a link to Richard's radio. Ah, there we go. Good old Andrew. So a bit more info on it. Let's see if we can zoom in on that a little bit. Make it a bit easier to read. So this is richardsradios.co.uk, another great website. No markings to indicate the model or the serial number. We have got a serial number on this one, on this little label. Just wondering if it says, oh yes, oh, look down here, look. So the trader sheet for trader sheet 1796 says indeed it's got 2 AF115s and 2 AF116s in it, so it's highly likely that this might not work. And it is a PP9, look, and it is UK 1967. 67, okay. So some pictures of the insides of it. There's one of the AF115s there by the looks of it. Yeah, sure enough, there's it mounted on its side. Excellent, okay. Back in the room. Oh, I didn't have it. I didn't have you on screen desktop capture. Let's go back again then. I didn't have it. Didn't have Andrew playing. We should have now. We still haven't. What's going on with this? Okay, right, yeah. This is the problem without the Stream Deck, unfortunately. So here's Andrew's video again. Obviously that wasn't on screen just now. Andrew Ausfa. If you've not seen his channel, well worth having a look. So great channel, really good restorer, Andrew. He does a lot of really, really intricate work. He's a bit of a genius with details, really. He's very good at model making, etc. And he does a great job of restoring a lot of these radios. But this was the other thing I was referring to, which is richardsradios.co.uk. And this is a picture of a really nice one of these. I think this will come up really nice. Well, this is going to be a good little restoration project for the channel, I think. So as I say, it does say here that we've got AF115s, 116s in it. A lot of other very, very standard transistors of the day. OC71s, 81Ds, AC127s. AF178 is unusual. Maybe that's in the FM section then. Okay, so sorry about that. I didn't have you on my screen just now. But that's the joys of not having a Stream Deck working. Well, let's get back to the chat, see what we're up to. Might have AF117s, Mike's saying. Multis AF115s. Could be 6-volt battery. PP9. LCD's a bit moist. Thanks, Rob. Carlson's Lab did a brilliant intensive valve set analysis recently. Mr. Carlson does make some good videos, I must admit. Very, very much perfectionist, Mr. Carlson. So I do like his channel a lot. Let's see if I can find some leads then. I've got leads everywhere here. I actually made up some leads this week. I've made myself up a very nice power lead there, look, Trev, see that?
Very impressive, yeah.
With
nice.
extra long reach to fit into the Roberts sets. And I bought these connectors. Made up some leads, so
that's the CPC ones that we had the issues with, or is that another problem?
No, these were from Switch Electronics. These the CPC ones are being a pain in the backside. I've only managed to get one decent connector out of them so far, out of 9.
That looks very neat, anyway.
Right, let's let me think here. Where's my other leads? I've got some other leads here somewhere, but what have I done with them? That's the problem. I do so much stuff here that I get a bit lost in what I'm actually got. So somewhere I've got my standard leads, but I can't find them. I can't find them, Trev. Where's my usual hookup leads? Oh, there's one. There's one. Where's the other one gone then? Oh, that's the other one. There we go. I've got them. For some reason they're on the floor, but, you know, that's ultimately where everything ends up. Let's plug these in. So this is a 9-volt radio then, which is good. And we've got 9 volts on the thing. Let's turn the current down. So let's have some bets here. What do we think? Is this radio going to work or not? Will she or won't she go? Place your bets now.
There's no signs of corrosion there.
You thinking it's going to go, do you, Trev?
Yeah.
Bruv reckons it's going to work, people. What do you think? I'm 50-50. It's got AF 115s and 116s in it, so it's highly likely that it won't. It's highly likely that it won't, but it's all hooked up. Hey, Chris, how you doing, mate? This is a GEC World Band radio, and it is the what did I say it was, Trav? 836. Yeah, it's a GEC G836. That's featured on Mr. Andrew Alsford's channel, Chris, and welcome, mate. Carthor, how are you doing? Carthor thinks it's going to work. Multi says no because it's got tin whiskers.
We've got a bottle opener.
Have we got a bottle opener for everybody? We got a German bottle opener. We're going to have a Duvel, are we? Get off that. Get off that. It's alcohol free. Get off of that.
Oh.
So the big question is, will it or won't it work? You better crack one for me, Trav, are you there? I think I'm done.
Are you done?
Mm.
So what was your impression of the 10%er in the end?
Nice. I would say it's if I was looking for a strong lager, special brew tastes nicer than that. Or what's the other one? Tennant's Super?
Tennant's Super.
Yeah, Tennant's Super. Not that I would encourage anybody to drink really strong beer, but
if
you know,
needed to. Or...
I think Tennant's Super or special brew tastes nicer than that. Obviously not as strong as that though. Well, special brew's about 9, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then we're going on to this is 8.5, but this is my fault. I bought this.
This has been blessed because it's been
so
Franciscan monks, isn't it?
We were Danish. We're now going to Belgium. Belgium makes amazing beers. I mean, they really do. It's got to be one of the brewing capitals of the world, really, isn't it, Belgium?
Electronics has mentioned something about tramp juice. Do you know anything about that?
Tramp juice?
I don't know what you mean.
Oh, he's on about special brew, isn't he? Thanks for that, Nick. You're going with not working sounds complicated. It's got AF 115s and 116s in it, Chris, so... Again, this is very light. I always thought it was darker than this. It's very, very light coloured, but it is a Belgian beer, so totally different.
Blonde.
A totally different taste. Much more yeasty sort of tasting normally.
Yeah.
Right, Mike doesn't think so. So shall we give it a go? What are we on here? We've got no FM. Oh yes, we have got FM on this. We've got 2 aerials as well, which is quite nice. So I'm not sure which one does what. So one would be shortwave, possibly. One. I do like these old sets. They're classics, really. Oh, hello. That one's.
Oh.
That's obviously not connected because it's just come clean out.
Oh.
Ah, unusual. Right, okay. So there's, what should there be? There should be something on that. It has got a pickup, but I would have thought there's going to be some sort of stop on that to stop that pulling right out. Okay, so it will still be connected. So we've got one long aerial, one shorter one. So I suspect the shorter one is going to be VHF. And the longer one without a swivel joint. So this one has got no swivel joint. This one has. I suspect the longer one is going to be the AM aerial or shortwave. A little bit of a kink in it, but overall, I think this is a very restorable set. It's obviously made back in the day when things started getting a bit cheap. Is it made in Japan or Hong Kong? It says a product of the General Electric Company Limited, Great Britain.
Right.
So it could be made in the UK. So we'll start it off on VHF. That gives the best chance of it working. Tuning dial is working. Where are we? Let's find somewhere where there's going to be a station. Where's VHF? Here. So we should have radio 2 around about here on the band. So let's. Are we all ready? Here we go.
Oh.
Okay, it's drawing 30, 40 milliamps, which is a little bit high. It's not. And we have absolutely nothing.
Your volumes.
Oh, hang on. Volume, you're right, Trev. No. I can hear something. Can you hear that?
It doesn't really change, does it?
There's
yeah.
It might be a scratchy volume pot. Let's do the volume pot a minute.
I reckon a bit of deoxit.
So we have got some life. And talking of deoxit, I think it was Anthony that sent me a link to Hot Rocks. I have ordered some fader lube, some deoxit fader lube. So that's with the super chats and that from last week. I've gone out and bought some fader lube. Okay, this has got some. You should be able to get in there with the old. This is nearly gone as well. I need to order some more of this as well. This is deoxit D5.
Wow.
Great Beard Duval is multi-saying. Tap the AF. You can't see him though, Rob.
And Kestrel's been mentioned. Get the Kestrel in.
Same as a Skymaster swivel aerial. Chris is saying, I always liked looking at the world map on the radio flap when I was a kid. Yeah, you're right, Chris. And there's no. This one's got the map on the back panel there. Look.
Is that the 18th and 19th parallels and stuff like that? Is it?
Yeah, we'll have a look.
Amazing.
We'll let Trav have a look at that. And if you don't know who Trav is, if you've just joined, it's a brother who's got his own YouTube channel, Geekology, and he's over there. Look. It's quite a big overlay, that one, for some reason. Overlay number 3 seems a bit big. Let's squeeze him down a little bit. So there's Trevor. Wave, Trev, you there? Not on carbon pots with D5, please. No, it's all I've got. It's all I've got, Anthony. What about some Servosol?
Oh.
I mean, this is switch cleaning lubricant. We're going to have to put something on it.
What's wrong with that stuff then?
Well, Anthony sent me an email saying that basically it's not the done thing because it's not really meant for potentiometers. It's more for switches.
Oh.
So I have ordered some, Anthony, and I'm sure that'll be here early part of next week. Very reasonable price on Hot Rocks. So let's see if that's made any difference. A little bit. Stopped again now. Okay, well, it's definitely decided it doesn't really want to work now.
Yeah. Oh, hang on.
No, just...
Nothing.
We did certainly get something out of it just now. So you can try the old tappy tap on the board on the back. Let's give that a bit of a...
That's not an engineer's solution, surely.
It is, it is.
It shouldn't be.
No worky. I'm trying to see where they're going to be here, I would think. One in there.
Why do you think it's going to be there?
Because we've got some holes here for the potentiometers, not potentiometers, the iron cores on the transformer. So you can see there's a transformer there.
Yeah.
So it's likely to be the IF stages. We've got 3 IF transformers there potentially. So I think they're in between, but it could be. True. Yeah, you're right, Trev. I'm glad you're looking after me, but
well, I don't know about that. I'm no.
It could be dirty switches as well.
But we would be hearing a hissy sound.
It's definitely that aerial for FM. So let's pop that up. And let's have another tune around, see if we can hear anything. No, there's nothing there.
No.
We did have. No, it's absolutely nothing. Does sound like we've got a dodgy switchback though. We've definitely got some knackered AF117s in there somewhere.
It's not like Radius's processing unit is perfect and lovely anyway. Not like Benoit's. Exactly. I am going to go and look at the sea for one last time.
AF115s.
In an hour, I will return.
We're in.
And you will cut off my head.
Lawrence, how you doing, mate?
It's the sensible thing to do.
Afternoon, Doug.
Radius?
That's that sorted. Get it on eBay straight away.
notice was. That's my whole point. My loss is nothing if it means there will be a next group.
Now, Apollo, Daniel Caesar, Invincible, something nice and chilled out for Sunday, and it's Radio 1.
It actually sounds pretty good. Dial alignment's a little bit out. It's very sensitive, actually. Very sensitive. I can't normally hear that very well. The true test is 108, which is the voice. It's very difficult to get, if not impossible, to get indoors. No, we can't get it. Just hear it, just. Yeah, voice is very difficult to get in here.
There you go. Quick buff up. Put it back together again. Chuck a new battery and it's ready to go.
So now we're on the other aerial for shortwave, and let's see if shortwave works. We're going to try it on the internal aerial. So what are we on, shortwave 2? We have got a band spread for 13 meter band, so we'll try that in a minute, but that's... Nothing. It could be that we've got tin whiskers on a transistor in that band, though. Something there. Oh, there's something there.
Yeah.
I think we've got a dodgy tuning cap as well. Let's go band spread then. So band spread's widening out this band, so dirty switches. Okay. Let's try shortwave 2. Sorry, shortwave 1. So this is going to be, this is lower frequencies. This is 41 meters to 90 meters. I'm just trying to think. We should get some amateurs around 7 megs, or some at the high end of 7 megs. There's some broadcast 41 meter band is around there, so we might get something that just around here. Anything else later in the day, really. No, nothing on shortwave. Let's try medium wave then. So this is working, it's not working on this aerial now, it's working on the ferrite rod inside. Just directional. Talk Sport. We did have Radio Devon on medium wave, but that's long gone.
Any medium wave listeners still out there?
Yeah, there still is. Long wave then, so we should have, where's long wave? Radio 4, back there. I noticed we've got a tuning meter down the bottom here as well, I didn't see that. So I wonder if we can get 252 on this. I'm trying to think where that is on the band. Because you can usually get a French station on here, RTF or something, I can't remember what it's called now. Looking at this band here though, it's in meters, yes, it's in meters, yeah. There's something there. Let's have a look on shortwave again and see if that meter doesn't appear to be working. It's not, no indication on that meter whatsoever, he's dead. Does it work on VHF? No, that meter's not working.
That's a shame, isn't it? Because that's a good feature on it.
Yeah, so I mean it might just be it's disconnected or the diode that feeds it's gone. I mean, it looks like it comes onto the circuit just here. So I suspect it's got some sort of diode pickup. It might even be fed from one of them transistors. So there you are. That is working, but it's going to need some work, I can tell you.
Not quite ready for sale yet.
Chris, hi Chris, how are you? Chris Milky, that is. Hello. Someone thinks someone's told you off, Mike. It does. Capital letters, mate. Well, I've changed it down to 2 minutes now, so it's you're back, Mike. It doesn't like caps. He doesn't like Stream Elements. It's very cap sensitive. He don't like it at all. Bad toad. Does the radio have an external antenna connector? Not on that side. What's this one? It does have, looks like an FM one, Chris, on this side. Looks like there is an FM antenna connector there for car use, I assume.
Wow.
That is just connected. That literally is hanging on by a thread, that. It's literally hanging on by a thread. But it does work. But it does need the AF117 zapping, and we need to have a look and see why that meter's not working. Because the meter's a lovely thing. If you've ever used one of these old transistor radios on shortwave or VHF even, it's a very useful tuning indicator. So there you are. I think that's going to be well worth doing up. Trev, what do you reckon? You like that, don't you?
It's really nice, that was. It was great
Yeah.
to finally get it working.
It was, and all I did was I give it a tap down in this corner here. So there must be, I mean, this is probably sat in there, look. And that's a four wire connector there, so I bet there's an AF117, or so 115 or 116 just there. It might even be an old double-sided board, this, because that's not connected to anything, and that would be probably collector, shield, base, and emitter. So maybe the shield is on the other side. Maybe it's got a big ground plane on the other side of this board. I don't know. Again, I would suggest looking at Andrew Alsfer's video if you want more info on one of these. But it might be a little project for us for a couple live streams to get this one sorted and up and running. But we're not going to do that today. Where's the back there, Trav?
That's here.
Let's pop the old world map back on the back and we'll dig another one out. Or should we get Trevor up for a... Should we get Trevor up? Do you want Trev, or do you want another radio? Put him on the spot. Oh, they might not, Trev. I think, you know, you're here as a guest presenter.
Well, that's true. Yes.
A guest presenter. How are you doing with the Duvel anyway? How are you doing with the Duvel?
I'm doing great. I mean,
well, it's cloudy, isn't it? That's like a bad urine sample, that is. I've done a couple of those recently.
We won't go there.
No. I do like it. That's nice. Isn't it?
Oh yeah,
that's
really
a very nice
yeah.
beer. Yeah. If you mention the A word, you get banned forever.
Yes.
AM Strad name.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I heard that a lot of their kit had...
Afternoon, Derek, and afternoon, Doug, I think I said.
Had false fronts on it, so there were buttons and stuff that didn't actually do anything at all.
Oh, Simon wants you on. He wants Trev on.
Really?
You'll pop around for a walk, Marty. No worries, mate. Catch you in a bit. You just come back from walking Cooper. And Mrs. Cruncher's been out with Coco and Maddie and Jo, my sister-in-law. Trev's wife. They're up for a couple of days. So shall we swap over, Trev? What have you got to show us?
I've got so much
What have you
stuff,
got? Have you got anything here right now?
Right now in my pocket I've got something new.
Oh, we've got something new.
I've got several old things. I've got some borrowed things. And I've certainly got some blue things.
All right, so you're going for the full wedding thing, are you?
I could do that. I mean, I've basically brought out everything but the kitchen sink.
Let's get Trev in then. I've swapped seats, and you can have this one, Trev. You can go in the driving seat, look. Okay. So if you're going to jump past me a minute, I'll get past you. Don't forget your drink. I'll pass it over.
I won't have time
We'll swap over. We're swapping over. We're swapping over.
I mean,
Trev's in the seat.
Hi guys. Hello everybody. Thank you. Thank you, bruv.
And your phone. Get all your bits over here. I'll get my phone over here. So.
Okay. Yeah. So where to start? Okay. Is the Stream Deck up and running? It's not.
It's not. You can't use the Stream Deck.
Completely manual.
So you're gonna have to click on everything. So obviously you've got. This is the main camera that you're on now, which is the big one, so I can zoom in on that if you want to show something, or if you want the overhead camera, it's that white one.
Well, I mean, I think I'm quite happy to zoom in on that. Or
I can be cameraman for you. So if you pop your glass and phone, it's sort of in between them. It's the centre of the shot at the moment.
Okay. Yeah, so let's do that.
Do you want to give that a wipe off? And if you've got some expensive kit there, you might want to give the top a bit of a wipe off.
Yeah, it is expensive.
There's a microfiber cloth up there.
Oh yes, thank you. Yeah.
You'll do.
Is that one all right?
Yeah, he's good. A bit of
Is that the one that fixed that B&O that time? I wonder.
It might be.
Do you remember that headphone
also
that we
about
fixed?
the desk, not your thing. I didn't want to get it. Didn't want you to scratch it on a dirty desk. The desk can wipe off, Trev, not the... That's it. Yeah, you go.
Everything needs to wipe off.
Everything needs to wipe off.
I mean, the thing about this stuff is, the shinier it is, the more it shows up. your thumbprints.
So Trev's doing the Radiocruncher thing, which is cleaning stuff at the moment.
Yes. So this is not only new, but it's also borrowed. So it's from my mate Mark, who's the European distributor for Hi-Fi Man. Yeah. So this is a digital audio player. It does lots of different things, of course, as you'd imagine. It retails for £1,199.
£1,000? Oh, 1,199. So 1,200 quid that basically. Hang on. Let me sort your mic out, Trev. You haven't got a microphone there because I've got a lapel mic going. So if you
sure. Okay.
Let's just mic him up. Let's mic him up.
Mic me up.
Micing him up. Look at him.
Mic me up, Scotty.
There you go. So now you're full on.
Okay, thank you. So the pricing of these digital audio players will astound you. But
what is a digital audio player though, Trev? Actually, better tell us what it is because I ain't got a clue.
Do you remember the Walkmans of old? Because I'm sure I've seen one coming in through this door. Mm. Well, eventually we went from analog to digital. In other words, we went from the Walkman to the Discman. So we went from cassette to CD, didn't we?
Yeah.
And from CD, Apple decided to dip their toes in the water, and they gained a huge place in the market and got ahead of Sony for once. And thank you. Yeah, let's show them that one.
That's one of my original old iPods.
So we went from the CD players, which, if you've ever used them, are prone to you know, skipping and stuff if you're out and about. I've taken mine for a half marathon run, my CD player, and believe you me, it did not enjoy that at all. But we got there. So we went from that to this thing, and you know, the benefits of this was it wasn't prone to skipping, and you could store 40,000 tracks on the things, or up to 40,000 MP3 tracks on them. You know, even if you had them as lossless CD quality WAV files or FLAC files, you could store thousands of different tracks on them, and of course you could put it on shuffle, so you wouldn't have to listen to one album at a time, which revolutionized the way that people listen to music almost overnight. And of course there's very few people out there that are streaming that are listening to one album at a time now. It's on constant shuffle, really, isn't it? I mean, and I would have to say hand on heart that I'm the same. It's rare that I listen to one album right the way through, unless I'm listening to an SACD or something like that on my old school stuff. And who would have thought that CD players are now old school? It's frightening, isn't it? So we went from the iPod, and eventually the success of that started up people like this Chinese company, Colorfly, getting onto the market. Now, Colorfly started with a huge, chunky, embossed black and wooden unit that was their flagship, and it was called the Colorfly C4. Now, that retailed at £2,000 when it first came out, and that would only play WAV files. It wouldn't play anything else, but it sounded incredible and it looked lovely, and it would run high power headphones as well. So headphones that needed lots of output, it could run them. Eventually things moved on from the Colorfly C4, but that was almost the first flagship digital audio player out there where somebody dared charge that sort of money. Now it is normal for most of the big companies to have their digital audio players around about the £1,000 mark. It's obviously a marketing decision on there as to where they think the market will take the most buyers, and in fact the cheapest digital audio players haven't got much of a market. it tends to be the more expensive digital audio players that get the real markets. And so how much these things cost to make, I don't know. But this I did a review on recently, and I tried it against several other players, and this one came out on top. So what does a digital audio player do that an iPod doesn't? Well, the iPod is internal storage only, and the Colorfly U8, this model is the Colorfly U8, if you've got £1,199 to spare, will take internal storage far higher than Graham's iPod here. So this will take, I think, 64 gigabytes of internal storage.
I don't know what that old one is, probably
4.
iPod 4, you reckon?
It'd be 4 or 8, probably. Yeah. And this will also take, I don't know if you can see that, but yeah, so that's a micro SD card, and that will take up to a 2 terabyte micro SD card. This one's got a 1 terabyte micro SD card in. They have to be formatted in a certain way, so they will only take 32 formatted micro SD cards.
For your computer geeks out there?
The problem with putting in, is it NTFS file system onto these cards, because that's the standard formatting for a micro SD card is NTFS. So they'll go into your MacBooks and your laptops and your Windows computers as NTFS, but they are very difficult for the Chinese digital audio players to read, because of course Colorfly, as most things electrical, are Chinese company.
What's Mike saying? Mike's got an Astel and a Kern?
Yeah, I'm okay, Mike. I'm going to show you in a minute the Astel and Kern AK380.
He's got that as well.
No, yeah, I've got that with the Meteoric Titan amp module. How about that? That is incredible. I've had the Astel and Kern AK100, but the 380, now that is quite something. So the Colorfly U8, what does it do other than have a massive amount of storage? It also, do you see underneath, we've got, first of all, the micro SD card. We've also got a USB-C port. Now that does a lot of different things. You can drag and drop files to and from it through the USB-C connection to your laptop or your MacBook or your Windows machines. You can also run all of the music that is on your MacBooks through the USB-C. You can run it from your smartphones through the USB-C as a digital to analog converter, and it's a really good quality digital to analog converter in this one. You know, hence the price.
Lou there from China. Hi Lou, how are you? He's saying its Chinese name is whatever that is on screen there.
Oh, hi Lou. That's really kind of you to point that out to us.
You've also got Chris asking how much do the very large SD cards cost?
I've not had the courage to buy a 2 terabyte, but it's funny, it doesn't go up incrementally. So if you went from a 512 gigabyte card to a 1 terabyte card, back in the days when 1 terabyte was the biggest size, it would cost you far more than twice the price of the 512 gig one. It's just the way it goes. So the 2 terabyte one probably costs over 200 quid, whereas the 1 terabyte ones now you can get for under £100. I think I might have paid £80 for my 1 terabyte one.
Did you buy that, or is that something that's been given to you?
So this is, as I say, this is something borrowed and something new.
Oh, of course, yeah.
So
yeah,
I went to my mate Mark. He's the Hi-Fi Man distributor, and he lives in a place called California. But it's not the California you all think it is. This is a pebble-dashed hamlet near Falkirk in Scotland. And anyway, he's got more stuff than he knows what to do with. And I saw this knocking around, gathering dust on his shelf. And I instantly liked the look of it. So I said, I need to borrow this off of you to do a review on it and to compare it against this other thing that you want me to do a review on. And he's like, oh, well, whatever, you do what you want.
Have you actually done a review on this yet?
No.
Oh, this is virginal.
But I have sort of featured it in a review.
Is it exclusive or not?
Well, it's never been talked about at this depth. Okay. I've spoken about it in a review for a low to poor, which is £100 more. So that was 1,299. I compared the sound of this against the low to poor 6,000, and this to me sounded a lot better. And I actually included sound samples of it, right. So I can take sound samples of what it sounds like when I put the headphones on through the headphone output ports. And so that's what I did with the Colorfly U8. So we've got it as a USB DAC. I think it has one AK chip in it, but the way in which it's been done is incredible. And it's not just the DAC chip that produces the sound quality. It's the other stuff they put in there, and it's the way that they modify it through the board.
Hi, Thomas.
So it'll take.
Sorry,
go on.
To
please.
Cut in. Lou is asking, what type is this machine? So it's an audio player, I take.
No. So what? I think what you're asking is what GUI is on it. Is it an Android-based machine? Is it an Apple-based machine?
Oh, I see, right. Yeah.
Neither. So this one, we can switch it on in a minute. It's easy enough to switch it on. When you switch it on, look at that. Do you see that green coming on there? And also, can we show you that? Look at that on the side, on the top panel. Amazing. Look at that.
OLED display on the very top.
And look at that for your startup screen, that Colorfly logo. And if we turn it round, it's the same as that. We come back on. It takes a little while to start up because obviously.
Show them the little OLED screen on the top then again, Trev, because that's quite impressive. So that tells you basically what track and that. It's got the track info on that one, is it? Does that display the track info or?
Yeah.
You need to wipe it off, baby.
Yeah, I do need to wipe it off. Right.
You thumbed it.
So it started off with 100 on the battery, but now it's actually booted up properly. I don't. Oh, can we see that? Now it's booted up properly. We can see that it's saying that there's, we've got 55 on the volume, 63 on the battery, and I've not changed the name of it, but you can put that name on the top LED screen, whatever you want, but it's
needs to be
default name.
I need to have that, don't I?
Once you listen to this, we'll have a listen to this tonight, at length. I think you'll be pretty impressed with how this sounds. People say that digital stuff, because it's a series of zeros and ones, there is no difference between one thing and another. What you get out of your smartphone on a track is exactly the same as what you get out of this product. So why spend £1,199? Now, if you are there, my advice to you is stay there. That sounds like a really sensible proposition, doesn't it? But there are some of us that can't help but try and demand more from what comes out of their smartphone headphone socket. And believe you me, once you go down that rabbit hole, there's no escaping it.
What you're saying, this is far superior to any smartphone.
To my ears, yes.
Rob is asking, what year did they release this, and do they still support them?
Robert, this was released in November 2021. It's that new. You won't find
the latest model.
Yes, I firmware upgraded it a week ago.
That's scary, isn't it? Firmware upgrades.
The firmware upgrade was completely wrong the way it had been written, so it wouldn't work. The thing wouldn't work at all for me. So it has Bluetooth capability. So in other words, you don't have to physically connect your smartphone to this to get music from your smartphone onto this. So if you, for instance, like me, you've got Amazon Music, this doesn't support Amazon Music. but it supports Bluetooth streaming.
I've got a question for you then, Trav.
Yeah.
Does Bluetooth connectivity degrade the sound quality? Do you lose anything by Bluetooth in it rather than going direct from the unit itself? Is there a difference?
The answer is yes, there is a difference.
So it does degrade it, Bluetooth?
Slightly degrade it.
Right,
but
okay.
Bluetooth streaming music, because it's only data, is far less lossy than if you were, for instance, to connect a wired headphone to this as compared to having a similar quality Bluetooth headphone. You'd notice a far bigger difference in the sound compared to if you connected this via a physical connection, a wired connection to your smartphone, as opposed to a Bluetooth connection to your phone. I tend to always use the Bluetooth connection because, to be honest,
not much.
There is very little difference with these top quality ones now, and they support a Bluetooth streaming codec called LDAC, which is a lossless audio codec. And if your smartphone is close enough to your digital audio player and it supports LDAC and it's a decent one like this one, you won't notice that much difference from doing a physical connection, but you can easily do a physical connection and try for yourself.
So Lou is asking if it's a Colorfly U8.
It is the Colorfly U8.
It is the Colorfly U8, Lou. So there you go.
It is beautiful, and
Mike is saying it's a lovely player but too expensive for his blood.
Yes. Yeah.
I can think you can see the chat, okay?
Yeah, Mike, and you're absolutely right. And to be honest, most of the players that I've bought, I bought a FIO M11. I bought that full price on the day it came out because of what it offered. That's a digital audio player. But most of the other players that I've bought second hand because people swap and change. You never believe the quality stuff that people swap and change. People see these things like this come on the market and they will immediately want to buy it, and then they realize, oh, I've also got another 6. I can't warrant holding on to this, and they sell it on because the next player comes out and they're like, I can't have 7. So, you know, you'll get things like this come on the market. Perfect. And, you know, this is how I got hold of the AK380, Mike. I got that through an American person. So you've already got that exchange rate differential. Stuff that costs, shall we say, 1,000 American dollars, retails in this country, believe it or not, at 1,000 sterling pounds.
You got a question there from, well, a comment there from Michael saying that his Galaxy Buds don't lose connection all over the house.
Michael, hi, good afternoon to you. I actually have a pair of Galaxy Buds I've got the Galaxy Pros. I bought those 2.5 weeks ago off of Facebook Marketplace for £50. You're absolutely right. They are superb, and I certainly have walked up 2 flights of stairs from my phone and they didn't lose the connection. What happens with Bluetooth is that the sound quality will expand and contract as you get further away from your Bluetooth device, or as the Bluetooth device senses interference, it actually adjusts automatically. And so sometimes you get it in really high quality, and then it will go down in quality to try and conserve battery. So Bluetooth 5 is particularly good at doing that, and it's getting better and better. But the further away you go from your Bluetooth device, Michael, don't forget you will lose some sound quality. Although the Galaxy Buds are amazing, and I've found, believe it or not, that there's a setting that allows you to actually hear outside noise, and that setting sounds to me to be the best sound quality, which is weird. Now, where were we?
Got a question from Mike there about the AK380.
So I bought that from a gentleman in America.
The AK380 then, Trevor?
That's the Astle & Kern flagship, former flagship.
You showed me earlier with the pull-off.
That's, yeah.
Unreal.
Yeah,
that.
we'll have a look at that in a minute, because that's got an amazing bezel.
Phenomenal looking bit of kit.
An offset bezel.
I can't believe the design on that thing.
Yeah.
So we better have a look at the features on this thing then, Trev.
Yeah.
I did see a picture of like a record deck came up on it just now.
Yeah, well, it switched itself off again, but we'll switch it back on. We'll switch it back on. Right, so back on it goes.
Yeah, you got to keep cleaning. That's a nice screen, isn't it? Is that aluminium shell?
Yeah.
It's OLED display, is it?
Yeah.
Is it OLED?
Yeah, I believe it is OLED. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it will be aircraft grade aluminium on that.
Play music videos? You know, I might be totally out of the ballpark here, but is it like a video player as well? Because I know
it's not a media player.
Like
no, it's not a digital media player.
You can play the video as well, can't you?
Unfortunately, the Colour Flight, I say unfortunately, but this one is focused on audio.
Right, okay.
So this one will not play any video at all. The FIO M11 will play video. It will play, you know, it uses Google Play, so it's an Android one. Whereas this one uses Colourfly's proprietary GUI, graphical user interface. So in other words, the display on it and the stuff in it and all the apps are Colourfly only, and they're designed to get the thing up and running and as reliable as possible without having to pay Android or Apple anything as well, more importantly.
Just go for top-ups, Trev, or you carry on there, mate.
Okay, so you can see that we've got, it's scanning songs now, and it will automatically switch off the display after about 5 seconds. We've got Chuck Berry's Sweet Little 16 up and running as a CD that I've got at the drive-in. So I just dragged and dropped that onto the SD card. And it's just scanning the songs on the SD card, and now it's finished scanning the songs. So if we press play now, and can I show you that? Yes. No, not easily. But if I press the middle button, there are 3 buttons here. So if I press the middle button, obviously that's paused it. And then it's playing again. If I press the top button, that's volume up, and I've set it to 3 increments. If I press the bottom button, that's volume down by 3 increments. If I press the bottom button again twice quickly, we go on to the next song, which is a song by Andrew Taylor, a gentleman I found through Facebook, and I downloaded his complete collection on Bandcamp. So he is a multi-instrumentalist, so he's fairly new. I discovered Andrew Taylor in 2021. But anyway, that's another question again. And if I press the top button twice in succession, as you can see, I've gone back to the initial. We'll go back onto that one because it's actually got the cover art. So that one's found the cover art for Andrew Taylor there. But if we, I don't know how easy this is. Yes, we can. So do you see me doing a gesture there? I'm sort of obscuring what I'm doing, but this gesture control is adjusting the volume up and down. You see? Volume up and volume down. Isn't that amazing? I didn't have the manual for this, and you know what we're all like. I just didn't get the time to look into it, and I couldn't understand why I was holding it there. The volume seemed to change sometimes, and that was why. So we've got the usual stuff here. We've got shuffle, last, next, and if we press this, we can go into the list of artists, albums, and then the file. So this is the internal storage, and then the music folder, and you can see all the stuff there. go back 1, go back 2, and then we go on to DLNA cloud. So if you've got Wi-Fi storage on your network, then that's where you'll find all the songs that you can play off of your network. And then obviously I've got my SD card there and all of that stuff. It's very quick. And obviously you can search for a song. So if we search for Fleetwood Mac, for instance.
I like a bit of Fleetwood.
So let's just search for Fleetwood and see what it comes up with. It's fairly instant, as you can see, because it's such a simplified operating system, because it's only using proprietary Colorfly. Very nice. It's only using the proprietary Colorfly operating system. It's not got Android Play in it, and it's got none of the Apple Mac stuff in it. It's very quick once you've got it up and running. So that is the Colorfly. What else did I want to do? Oh, I wanted to show you these connections at the bottom. Now, there's a big thing about having a balanced connection on a digital audio player at the moment. No expensive digital audio player would be complete without a balanced connection. And what they normally offer on a balanced connection, which is this second from the left, going from left to right there, what they offer with a balanced connection is a higher output normally. You'll see that this is a 2.5 balanced connection as opposed to the 3.5 normal mini connection. So you've got 6.3 for your full headphone, unbalanced, and then your unbalanced earphone jack is 3.5. You've also got a 4.4 balanced connection on some of them.
I get confused, balanced, unbalanced, Trev.
So balanced means that output is being sent separately to the left and right channel.
But I thought that's what happened with stereo anyway.
So with a stereo, the way in which you know those black collars around the top of the jack that we looked at when you've been fixing all of my stuff?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, well that tends to be the way in which it's separated out in that bit. But their balance connections used to be used in the pro industry for microphones and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And it's a means of sending the same power independently to the left and right channel on two connections.
So as far as sound quality is concerned, which is the best, balanced or unbalanced? The headphone or the balance?
I would say,
I take it you need special lead.
You do need a special lead, and sometimes it's not necessarily the jack itself, is it, Graham? It's more to do with what they've done before they get to that bit on the board. So these people tend to spend a little bit more money on the balanced connection than the unbalanced. So you would tend to find that the sound quality should be slightly better on the on the balanced connection than on the unbalanced, and it has more power.
But you need a special lead for that, and special headphones or any old headphones?
You can get a 2.5 balanced connection that will go into a pair of Susvara headphones that are full-size headphones, and they cost £8,000. They're huge, as opposed, and you can also get a 2.5 balanced cable, and you know, as you know, it's only a jack and a bit of cable, and you can put the jack and a bit of cable to any termination you want. So yeah, you can. I've got a 2.5 earphone, balanced earphone, that's an electrostatic hybrid earphone at the moment, and I've also got a 2.5 balanced cable for my Susvaras. So you can get it for anything.
Just thinking
if there's a market for it, people will produce it.
I'm trying to think if there's anything that we can hook up so we can actually hear this thing working.
It's beautiful.
Think. What could we hook up to that?
We probably, and
we need something with a line in, don't we? Really.
With Andrew Taylor, I hate to say it, but Andrew is so up and coming, and he's on Bandcamp, so he's unsigned. we probably wouldn't get a hit for Andrew Taylor. And I've spent, I think, 35 quid on his whole collection on Bandcamp. And, well, I mean, he's an ambient type of guy. He's well into his Mike Oldfield, but he does all sorts of stuff from jazz to guitar.
Connect up, Trav, so we could actually hear it playing.
Well, I could just connect a pair of headphones in, no problem.
But we can't hear those headphones, can we?
Well, if you, yeah.
How?
Or just put them up against this microphone, or if you've got another microphone that you could hook up, no problem.
There you could hook up.
That's what we did before in the past. It's no problem.
Yeah.
Easy enough.
I could add that other microphone in. You could stick them on there. Or
obviously,
stick it on that one that you've got on your collar, though.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, we're not going to get a true feel of what the sound is, but my channel, if you wanted to go on that, has got an actual track that you know, we've done for the Colorfly U8.
And there is a link in my video description to Trev's channel at Geekology. So if you want to see that, then you can click on through.
You know, I mean, we could certainly give you a taste of what this track sounds like.
So Mike is asking some questions on about the 2.5 balance and all that, so you'll have to have a look at that, Trevor.
Oh, very fiddly to solder a 2.5 plug, not easy. 2.5 leads are hard to find. Oh, really? I must admit, Mike, I've been given a lot of mine because obviously because of the reviewing and stuff. I've got this Chinese company that just kept on giving me cables and stuff. But I thought they were fairly easy to find on Amazon, to be honest. Yeah, 2.5 and 4.4 leads are all the rage.
I was asking, is the sound quality any different than his phone? So,
Michael, yeah, I mean, I think that's a really good question. And I think you're absolutely right to be sceptical about that. But I have actually done some links where I've put on a pair of headphones and I've used binaural pro in-ear microphones, and you can actually hear for yourself. So I volume matched it, and the only difference is when I plug the headphone in, when I plug it into the smartphone, it's coming out of the headphone output of the smartphone, and then I plug it into a digital to analog converter, a really cheap one actually, and yeah, so you can hear for yourself whether you feel there is a difference. Now, it's all very well me saying, yeah, of course there's a difference, and you can certainly see the difference on graphs and stuff, but your ears are different from mine, and you know, and what you're prepared to put up with is might be slightly different from what I'm used to. As I say earlier, I went down a rabbit hole a long time ago, so you know what I would listen to and enjoy on my smartphone, which I do. I plug in earphones to my smartphone. It's got a reasonably good digital to analog converter, but not a very good headphone output stage, as you could imagine, because there's a lot of other electronics going on. Whereas a digital audio player like the Colorfly is only there to give you a decent quality output, sound quality from the headphone jacks.
And will that handle different files than your phone well? Will it handle more better files? No?
Not really.
So
no, not the
like
newest ones. No, Graham. No.
Your phone will do the same.
My phone will handle the DAC in my phone. It will handle just as higher quality files as the Colorfly. It will handle them. It's just what the end result will be. Right, okay. The Colorfly also has a gain feature, so it has 3 gain settings. So the Colorfly will accept high, medium, and low output. So if we go into audio settings and we go into gain mode here, it's currently in low, but you see I can click to medium or high. Now high gain will play headphones without any hiss, without any extra hiss, mind. It will play high impedance headphones like the full-size Hi-Fi Mans. You've got a full-size Hi-Fi Man headphone. and the Sasfara headphone, it will play the Sasfara headphone to a reasonable level. The Audiolab QDAC is, you've got a few things, haven't you, Mike, going on there? You've got your AK100s, you've got a lot of stuff. Yeah. So the Audiolab QDAC is nice. Yeah, I've had a listen to that. Don't you worry. I've come across that in my travels. Oh yeah. I like the Audiolab stuff is very good. What you've got to remember about all these companies, though, Mike, is it's not necessarily the name. What you've got to be very careful about is who is engineering this stuff. Now, Audiolab had a guy that was working for him, and he made the MDAC. And he was phenomenal. He's made loads of really good stuff for other companies, but I think he's left. And as Graham said, with the hacker, he found out an information about the hacker cassette deck. Now, it's not a hacker cassette deck, is it really? Because it's made with Nakamichi parts. You know, there's so much stuff out there. And yeah, people do tend to rely on a brand name. You know, even people like Colorfly, they're getting their boards probably from somewhere else. They're probably not making their own boards. You know, a lot of it is, well, what parts are they putting in it? Where's it coming from? Who's tuning it? What's the name of the engineer that's tuning it? And what's that engineer done before? And these are the things that are all highly secret stuff we never get really to hear about.
Rob is asking you a question there about phones, Trev. Look at Robert Cross's question there.
Is Trev into phones? I was going to ask a question about...
He means difference between...
The difference between latest phones, expensive ones and cheaper phones. Right, yeah. I think that the difference between the high-end phones and the medium-range phones is very little. I think that the high-end phones have a lot of features that the normal person just wouldn't use. You know, the ability to record in 8K video, maybe a very slightly better lens on the camera, and some more sort of video editing and camera features. What I did is I went for the Samsung A52 5G phone, because I think if you're looking at a new phone, I think you have to be, if you're going to spend several £100s on a phone, get one that's 5G.
Rob spent thousands on it. He's got the latest Samsung, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I got the, as I say, I got the Samsung A52 and I looked at the features on it, and I don't know if you probably get that much of an idea as to what the sound output was like on it, but you know, even playing through the phone, it's in surround sound.
You've also got a question there from Alan Reed as well, Trev.
Hi Alan, could you suggest a headphone amp for the GEC K701? Well, do you want, what size do you want, Alan? Are you looking for a small one, you know, like a micro-sized one, or are you looking for a desktop-sized one?
Like a proper hi-fi amp or a portable one, you mean?
Yeah. Because there's so many different ones out there on the market, Alan. Do you see Mike said his Audiolab QDAC is a nice DAC? Yes, you know, that is a really nice headphone amp, but it also will function as a DAC. So in other words, you could plug your smartphone into the Audiolab QDAC, and then you've got your headphone amplifier, and you've got your you've got your DAC as well. You've got a better sound coming out of your smartphone.
So if you look at the question, say you've got Mike saying John Westman, you've got a secret engineer, and you've got Alan Reed saying he just wants a small one.
Oh right,
portable headphone amp for Alan. I take it GEC K701 as a headphone.
Yeah, well I've got a low to pole that I can show you in a minute, and that one is amazing. It's got 20 presets on it as well, but the sound that came out of it, you know, was fantastic, just as normal. And you can just plug that straight into your phone, and you can plug the the K701 into it, but if you're looking for something that you can just plug from your hi-fi, for instance, into it, so if you've got records that you want to play, or you want to play your radios through it, then we might have to think of something else headphone amplifier wise, and I'm not 100% sure what we would go for that. If we were going for a headphone amp that you just wanted to use as an amplifier, as a small form factor, how many don't have DACs in them these days? I'm not absolutely sure. So you might end up getting a DAC amp, and again, I think that Audiolab Q DAC is a pretty good bet, to be honest.
Have a look at the comment from the secret engineer then, Trev.
I think you're right. You know, hand on my heart, I talk about portable audio a lot. The reason why I review portable audio is because I spent 12 years living in a motorhome. So for me, logically, portable audio was the way to go. Not only did I not have the space for standalone hi-fi, I tried it. I tell you, I tried the big speakers in it. It's horses for courses. So if you've got a decent room with lots of carpet, and the wife doesn't mind you playing, or your partner doesn't mind you playing your music up loud, then definitely 100% I am with you on this. The speakers and the full-size setup is the way to go. Not everybody has that facility, and in actual fact, you know, how many of us out there that are out and about all the time and are commuting to work are spending more of our time actually listening to music during those times than when we're at home on our own. So there's a difference between being able to sit down in the quiet of your own home with no distractions and listen to music as it's meant to be listened to, which the best way to listen to music, in my opinion, is through a lovely pair of loudspeakers with a full-size hi-fi setup. I'm 100% behind, but the reality is modern life dictates that we don't always get those opportunities, which is where, of course, portable audio kicks in, and where these are perhaps arguably compromises, but I'm telling you, the difference between this plugged into a decent set of really good headphones and listening to it through a set of loudspeakers, there's not as much difference as you'd think. And one of these days I'll demonstrate it, because what I'll do is I'll sit down and I'll listen to a hi-fi system and I'll record it through the Pro in-ear binaural mics, and then I'll record what it sounds like through a pair of top quality headphones and see what you think the difference is.
So Trev, getting back to Alan Reed's question then, he wants a small headphone amp for his AKG K701s. What would you recommend then? Or suggest would be a good sort of maybe lower end to higher end?
Yeah, I would suggest spending under £200, and I would suggest looking at something along the lines of iBasso Low 2, something along those lines.
iBasso Low 2?
Yeah, they're two Chinese companies, of course, but they make some really good products.
So
and
iBasso and Low 2 are two separate companies, right?
Yeah, the Low 2 Poor S2 is one that I've just actually heard, and I did a review on that one last week, and I was really impressed with what that sounded like at 160 quid. I can't, and it has gain features, so it will run the K701 easy, and it will also run lots of other stuff. The one thing it doesn't have is it doesn't have analog line in. So if you're looking at something that needs analog line in, we might have to think about something else, and I might have to talk to you off screen about that, because that might take some, off the top of my head, there's not a lot out there that takes analog line in that's a small form factor. They all tend to be these digital DAC amps these days, and once you start going for, you know, like line in stuff, it tends to be the full size stuff. because there's not that much scope for it. What people want you to be doing nowadays is to be plugging stuff, your phone into these things. So that's what they're looking to do.
Right. Alan, thanks you for that. But Mike's got something about...
I was a TV engineer in the 70s.
Michael Greenhoff and Racing Demon Mike as well got some...
Wow, this is great. Thanks ever so much for all this input. I really appreciate it. This is far better reaction than what I get on my channels a lot of the time. So I was a TV engineer in the 70s. How cool is that? We salute you, Michael. And Ultra Ferguson and 2 others were all identical, yes. Yeah. And I've heard this from another TV engineer that I've spoken to. They've said they've just reboxed. A lot of this stuff is, sourced from, the same stuff. The Colorfly, I believe, if we were to look on their website, would show you the board. So they've probably got nothing to hide. This is, produced probably only for Colorfly.
Very rare these days.
And
any schematics or anything like that.
And Lotu again with the their stuff, they will show you the board. So they're fiddling around with stuff, and I think China is producing stuff for other people, but the stuff that goes in the Colorfly UA is probably you'd be very, very hard pressed to find the same stuff anywhere else. But I totally agree with you with that. And we were talking about the AMSTRAD, weren't we, earlier? And I know for a fact that some of the buttons on the front of them didn't even work. They were just there for show. And and particularly with the speakers, they'd have the 3 holes to show you that it was like a had a woofer, tweeter, mid-range. It didn't. A lot of the time it was either 2 if you were lucky, or just 1 full range speaker inside those things.
Racing Demons there saying about his setup there, look. He's playing, I don't know what...
9624, so you're playing high-res files through your AK100. Yeah, so you've got 9624, you can go 192 32-bit files as well. And you also got the DSD or ASF files. Now, DSD files are from the SACD type format, and SAD is another thing all over again. So SACD quality DSD files take up a huge amount of space. I've got a few of those.
I got you some for Christmas.
You did, and it's incredible the sound quality out of them. The old Mission Cirrus 2, wow, yeah. I remember the Mission Cirrus 2 speakers. Yeah, and it does sound lovely. But the thing about music is, I think we were, the secret engineer. I think what we need to put into perspective is get the music right first. Get the music right first, then look at the quality. But if you don't have decent music, don't bother. If you enjoy your music, inevitably you're going to want eventually to see how good it can sound.
The Mission Cirrus 2, I thought that was an amp trap.
Bugger, yeah, you're probably right.
So Mike's playing his preamp, his Q DAC into his Mission Cirrus, or was that the speakers? Because I know we listened to some Mission Cirrus.
The lower numbers would be, you're right, would be the, it tend to be the amps, wouldn't they?
We looked at Mission Cirrus amp before I settled on Audio Lab.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they were like second to the Audio Lab, I think, really. It was a toss-up, wasn't it, between the two?
Yeah.
I like the sound of the Audio Lab.
So Michael says, get surround sound headphones. I've got some surround sound headphones, yeah. But at the moment, surround sound headphones are... The ones that I've got are closed back ones, which brings some elements of a lack of clearness, a slight muffling of the sound, a difference to the way the bass is presented because of the way in which the speaker drivers are hitting the back of the cups and they're not going to the outside. So yeah, I've got some surround sound headphones. They're pretty amazing, but I hardly ever use them. There is some stuff out there that mimics surround sound.
Got your glass in the shop there, Trevor.
Oh gosh, there is some stuff out there, Michael, that mimics surround sound. It's called MySphere, and it's a surround sound processor. And yeah, I've listened to that, and I've listened to a set of 16 speakers, KEF speakers, being played in surround sound, and then I've had a pair of 400 quid Sennheiser headphones put on my head, and they've switched between the 16 speaker KEF system, it's a £4,000 KEF system, and I've heard the Sennheisers, and I could not tell which was which, because I couldn't see when it was being switched and what it was being switched between. My brain was completely fooled. If you can fool the brain, you can fool anything, can't you? And in the end, the only way I could tell the difference was the Sennheiser headphones had a slightly better bass on them than the 16 speakers that my ears were picking up. So yeah, I've got some SACDs, and I'm going to do some samples of what it sounds like in surround sound through the system, as opposed to what it sounds through 2 channels, just to see what people think for themselves. What sound do they prefer? And if you use headphones, you'll be able to hear it in surround sound, and you'll be able to hear it through 2 channel, which I know is a bit weird, but yeah. Surround sound headphones have got a lot going for them, and the future will be like surround sound mimicking, and there's lots of work being done by people like Dolby with surround sound to push it even further. And there's a huge market in wireless and surround sound, and the two will merge seamlessly over the coming years for sure. I agree, bigger the better. Yeah, you can feel the bass through speakers, but again, Michael, you can mimic that. You can actually get, there's some, like the guy that made the AKG K1000 ear speakers, which in my opinion are one of the best speakers, headphones ever made. He recommended putting a subwoofer in at the same time, so as you could get the feeling of the bass against your body, but you could also listen to the incredible sound coming out of the headphones. So you can actually, the brain can be fooled into thinking all sorts of things, provided you're just prepared to throw money and time at it. You can actually fool the brain, but yeah, that visceral feeling of sound waves hitting your body, there is nothing like it. That really recreates that concert feeling, doesn't it? So many links from stylus to speakers that can degrade the sound. But Michael, I wonder if you agree with me that the last bit is actually the most important thing. So although we're talking about the Colorfly U8 here and how beautiful and wonderful that sounds and everything else, and what all the wonderful gimmicky swishy things you can do with it, but you will get the most noticeable difference in sound will be compared to what you put into this headphone wise or earphone wise. That's where you notice the biggest difference in sound. I totally agree with you on that, 100% with you. The end bit is the most important bit. The other bits that link it all up are important, and if you get one of them wrong, then what's the point of putting something decent in? But yeah,
things there from Mr. Racing Demon and Nick Petronics as well. Interesting.
Yeah, Fidelio, the Philips Fidelio X1, brilliant. They're brilliant. Big drivers.
Going on to Nick's comment, Petronics, I've heard his Diton speakers and they are absolutely phenomenal. But I'm not sure what makes them so good.
So, if you think of a pair of speakers, you cannot think of a pair of speakers without thinking about the room they're in first.
Yeah.
So if you get a wonderful pair of speakers, but you put them in a hollow, large room, and they're small speakers, they won't sound right.
I think Nick's speakers, he's saying that 1 watt signal is loud, 10 watts is unbearable. So they're very, are they very low impedance or high impedance? I mean,
so that would be low impedance, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Low impedance, wouldn't it?
Or he's got a massive amp driving him. But then he's only getting 1 watt, so no. So I do beg your pardon on that.
No,
yeah.
You can get more than 1 watt.
Definitely. Yeah. I know what he's saying, but
1 watt is loud,
yeah.
10 watts is unbearable.
So it's they're super sensitive. So low.
They're very sensitive speakers.
Celestial distance. I've never heard them, but you know, one of these days, you know.
Well, you've got to Gloucester and have a listen, Trev.
Yeah. Oh, that's not far. It's just up the road. Yeah. Yeah. I've surfed the 7-bore in Gloucester hundreds and hundreds of times. It's well known to me. But yeah, 10 watts is unbearable. Yeah, has anybody ever heard the quad electrostatic speakers? They are incredible, and I don't want to keep you here too long because I'm taking up a lot of Graham's time on this channel, but the electrostatics is where the last part of the hi-fi headphone chain comes in. So the most expensive headphones in the world happen to be electrostats, and I happen to have a pair with me now. So if any of you are interested, perhaps I could just bring them in and just give you a quick twirl around with them. I mean, I can't plug them in or anything, but I brought them here just to show you what they're like.
Well, we'll do a swap over, Trev, anyway. I'll
absolutely.
Another radio, and then you can go and prep and sort out what you want to do.
What if you plug in into an old vintage amplifier today, if everyone wants to keep vintage stuff working today? What if you plug into the likes of the Colourfly into an old vintage amplifier? That would be interesting. That would be interesting. I haven't got any vintage amplifiers myself, Robert, but definitely we'll get into that, and we can definitely do that. That's easy. That's not a problem because we've got line out on this thing. It'll easily plug in, and I have plugged these into a line out source, obviously, so as to play me posh headphones and stuff. So, yeah. Well, lovely to speak to you all, and I'll hand you back to the maestro himself. That's for you.
Thank you, Trev. We'll get you back in again in a minute for some more bits of kit.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll swap places, and Trev can go and get whatever he needs to do. He needs a top up, that's for sure. He's slacking. He's slacking behind. He's slacking behind. He's slacking behind, that brother of mine.
I've had that Duvel.
You've had the Duvel. Done your bit with the Duvel, eh? Right. Okay. So yeah, this was my my iPod that I picked up in one of those various auctions that I go to from time to time. Nice little bit of kit, that. Anyway, let's get Trev's glass out of the way, and we'll pull up another radio. Now, Trev's brought 3 up here, so let me grab the first one, which is a Roberts. Now, this is another one of Geoff's stash. So let me just sort out the cameras, light, action, all the rest of it. Let's get rid of that one. There we are. So do we all know what this is? We'll get Trev back in a minute. You've Cyberflyer seen the 7-bore Bewdley, Trev?
Where?
Bewdley. 7-bore. Cheers, Cyber. Trev will be back in a minute. Don't worry, people. He'll be back. Always interesting to get Trev in. So we've got anybody know what this is? Anybody know what this is? Come on. All you Roberts whatever you are.
Aficionados?
Aficionados. Yeah, you're all right, Trev. That's the word I was looking for, but it wouldn't come out my mouth. Anybody know what this is? I know what it's got in it, and it's not a very nice module, but it's got a Mullard module in this one. You need that one next, Trev.
Do I?
Fresh out the fridge. That was very nice.
I'm glad you liked it. I'm really glad you liked it.
Yeah, very nice.
Yeah.
That's. I've just had one of those. Give me the can there, Trevor.
Where's your drink?
The can there. So I've just in the background. I've just had one of these that Trev brought up with him. Cocoa Wonderland chocolate porter, 6.8%, but that was really, really nice.
It doesn't taste like it, does it?
No, it's a really nice porter as well.
Yeah.
I do like a nice porter. There we are. Anyway, it's not an R700, no. Nick's right, R404. You're right, Nick. It's a Roberts R404. Now, I'm not sure on the history of this. Geoff may be able to tell me, but we've got this module. This has got AF, I think it's 117s in this. I'm not sure, it might be 115s, but we've got a module in this, and we've got an AF 117 sticking his nose out there. And we've got lots of these TCC Elka modes, so it's highly, highly unlikely this set will actually work out of the box. But you never know. You never know.
I'll place your bets, ladies and gents. Place your bets.
It's almost like it's been burnt there. Look. I take it that's the acid has got at it and just took that out. We've got a piece of timber here, I think. What is that? Oh, that's one of the things that keeps the top panel in, I believe.
It's like the remnants of a spirit level, doesn't it?
Yeah. I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure how this. Yeah, it goes in the back there. It just keeps this top piece in. It should be in there. Should go inside there, but I can't get it quite in there at the moment. But it basically sits in there. It's gone.
To it, and you get to that down.
Got an actual opportunity to make a future for ourselves. What are we going to do with this?
Just started engines to
Still blue.
Standing harbour here is one of the 105 Taiwanese and South Korean jiggers, as they're called, fishing vessels. They come into the port for a day to collect their new license for this season that's about to begin, to fish for...
Okay, it still says I'm connected, I think. We're still blue?
Yes.
Yeah, we're blue. Okay.
Of at least 6 months for each one of them. The license fee revenue from Taiwanese and Korean jiggers is over £14 million a year.
We're back.
On top of that,
Nick's saying we're back. We're back. Yes, we're in. So we are back. Okay, let's just close that and pop the new chat out. And I think we are back.
around 120 young Indonesian crew of coming vessels here for the squid fishing are undertaking safety training.
Apologies for that, but unfortunately we're governed by the broadband connection. But we're back, and the radio is working.
Yes, it is.
What did I do, Trev? Did I tap it or what? What did I do? I can't remember now. I've lost track because we lost, but it is working. I gave it a little tap. Medium wave.
How much there?
I stopped again.
You got to tap the AF.
Oh, it's working. Just quite. Yeah, it's not great. So just give it another tap. So I mean, that's flat out on the volume, so to be honest. That is capacitors now. We got a good volume on. We got a good volume. So it could be the switch, because long wave and medium wave use the same transistors.
We're not talking deoxit again, are we?
No. It could be the switch bank.
Right.
But it is working. We got a transistor shorting out there. Just turn that off a minute. We've got a transistor. I can see the legs actually touching there. That's the oscillator, I think. Try that. It's better. But yeah, the capacitors are leaking in this. So you can tell we've got tin whiskers as I tap it.
Yeah. Oops.
So we've got tin whiskers, and I can see a bit of corrosion on that one there for sure. That one's been leaking. They're alka modes, end of the day. It's amazing it's working at all, to be fair. See the oscillator there? That one's okay. Okay, so verdict on that one is it is working, but it needs the module doing. It needs the module doing and the capacitors, because as I say, it's got these TCC alka modes in it. Can you see it? And I do like these actually, because they're black. Most of the alka modes are red, like this one. But this particular radio, and I think the R700 as well, has got these black ones in it. And they're sort of like fairly unique, so I would like to restuff them probably if we decided to restore this radio. And I think it is restorable. Let's have a look at it. Couple issues. We've got a handle here that's broken, so we've got a break in the handle there. But
fixable.
Could be. Looks like someone's already had a go at gluing it, but maybe with a little metal pin in between.
Right.
If we could do that, and a bit of epoxy. Yeah, someone's had a go at super gluing that.
I never have thought of putting a pin in between it.
Yeah, just something to give you a mechanical
yeah.
join. We might be able to rejoin that.
Yeah.
Because the leather cloth is intact.
Yeah, it's nice.
The Roberts badge, we can see we've got a bit of a drooper there, a bit of a droopy drooper. But again, that can be glued back together. We've got everything there. We can put a little bit of filler in there, a bit of epoxy. That will come back together. I reckon that's good. The grill's pretty good. We've got a little bit of a. You can see that from the side.
Lots of mini days.
It's not great, but end of the day, it'd be very, very rare to find one of these without a dent in the grill. Yeah. And this one ain't as bad as a lot that I've seen. Side panels need a good clean, and they need stripping back and probably some Danish oil. And I do like the dial. I do like the dial face on these. It's got like a white and black dial, which I like the white dials. So this one's a restoration job again, really, but not out of this world. Can be done. We can straighten a lot of the grill out. I'm never going to get it 100% straight, but get it pretty good. So there we are, Roberts R404, long and medium wave set, no FM on this, but some good classic radio. And if you've got an AM transmitter, again, you can play all your MP3 files and everything else through it. So, you know, a radio ain't never going to be dead as long as you can get a transmitter for the band that you're on.
Yeah. Wow.
So, Trev, what have we got next? What else can you pull up for us? You've got another couple of radios down there. We'll do one more of mine and then we can have another look at something from you. Oh, okay, nice. Nice. We've got a hacker, people. We've got a hacker. Mike. Mike's just giving us a $5 for your input, Trev.
Really? Oh, thank you, Mike. Thank you so much.
Always good when Trev comes to visit because it's something a little bit different and we do like to mix a bit. So, this is a radio. I've done quite a few of these now. And this one has got the gold grill. So I'm going to pop that up. I mean, look at the grill on that.
Yeah.
That is lovely, isn't it?
That's straight out of Fort Knox.
I mean, it's got a few dents and all the rest of it, but overall, I mean, the camera's showing it up worse than what it is there because of the angle I've got it. But
That's come straight out the back of a Rolls Royce or niche.
I did one for I'm not thinking of his name now. Racing Bike. It's gone out my head. It'll drop back in a minute. But I did a restoration for somebody, one of the lads that tunes in quite a lot. Look at that grill. So this is a Hacker Autocrat. And the reason it's called Autocrat is because it's sort of temporarily, it's sort of designed to go into a vehicle. We've got an auto button. Now I think auto switches out the ferrite rod and it switches in the antenna for a car. And in the side here, we've got an FM antenna socket and also a socket for a headphone. But this is the one. So pushing it into auto switches out that into ferrite rod and switch it on to onto the external car antenna. Now this again is brimming full of AF117s. I'm sure you can all see one lurking here. That's the oscillator. You see that? And also you just see one just out of shot. Well, it's a little bit bent just there, which is the start of the IF chain, and we've got another one or two inside this IF can. So this is highly likely not to work again, but you never know. These are lovely sounding radios. A nice big speaker. Yeah. This is a Goodman's. Yeah, Goodman's speaker. They do sound nice. Proper old classic Hacker. None of this modern stuff. This is a nice old radio. They do suffer a little bit with the grills getting a bit dinked, but that's got a lovely... It's not gold, it's like a bronzy colour, isn't it? It's like a...
Yeah, platinum maybe, or...
Yeah, it's like a bronze colour. You can sort of see the colour at that angle, really. It's like a yellowy, it's not really gold, it's more of a bronze colour. Mm. But a very nice radio. And I've got a few of these, and I've got some spares as well. Geoff has very kindly given me some spares for it. So, Michael Greenaff is asking what's wrong with AF117s. You need to do a bit of a Google search on that, Michael. But basically, AF117s and all the AF11 series transistors develop tin whiskers. And they grow from the can. If I grab one out here, let's just grab an AF transistor. What have we got here? Show and get hold of one. Yeah, okay. So here's an AF transistor. Let me just get maybe get the overhead camera in there. So this is one of these. What's this particular one here? It's an AF114. So you can see it's a four-legged transistor, And the second leg in, so you can see there's a bit of a gap between the first and the second. The second one in is the shield, which is connected to this metal case here. So the second wire is a shield wire that's connected to this metal case, and what happens is this body is tin, and the tin grows microscopic whiskers, which grow from the edge of the tin inwards to the junctions of the transistor, and they short it out. So have a Google search for tin whiskers. There's a very good NASA article on it, and basically it kills them dead. And a little tap will sometimes restore the radio to operation, because it just breaks that contact momentarily. But what we normally do is we pass a bit of current through it, a bit of voltage and current, and that will zap away the
tin whiskers,
and enable us to use the transistor again for another number of years. And in my experience, I've not had another one fail yet. So I've got ones here that are knocking on for about 8 to 10 years old that I've zapped that are still going strong. So once zapped, it does take a long time for them to grow back again. But yeah, there you are. That's an AF. That's an AF114. So there you are. Let's get back to there then. Hopefully that explained it, Michael. We're back, Rob. Yes. Cheers, Rolf. Thank you, Rolf. They wanted a shave, yeah. So there we are. So what do we think? Do we think this is going to work then? Trev, what do you think on this one?
Yeah.
You think so?
Well, you might have to tap this AF thing. I've learnt a lot about.
You're thinking about tapping, tippy tapper.
I think it's the tapping. Yeah.
So this is an 18-volt set. We've got a lovely separate amplifier on these. So they've got their own amplifier board on these. This is the amplifier board. This is the IF board up here underneath this metal can. And again, we've got another AF117 in underneath here. And this is the RF section and the switch bank up the top here. So we've got 3 separate boards in this. These are lovely to work on.
Could be a problem then. We can't get to that AF.
Potentially. But we can still tap. We can still tap that.
And that might be enough, right?
You never know. So let's hook her up. I'm pretty sure this is an 18-volt set, but we'll connect it up to 9 just in case. We don't want to overcook it.
Why would they make something that size an 18-volt? It doesn't look that big.
Better output, Trev. Hacker were all about audio quality.
Yeah, it's a big old.
Hacker, you know, that's what they were about, audio quality. Build quality on Hackers is like second to none. So let's place your bets. Will it or won't it? Do you think it will or do you think it won't?
Well, I'm saying yes.
You think yes, Trev? Trev's confident that it will work.
We've got them all working so far. I'm on a roll.
We have actually, haven't we?
Yeah, I'm on a roll.
We've got nothing non-working yet, have we?
No.
Little tappy tap, and we got them all going.
Yes. How are you doing on your drink, by the way?
Well, I'm empty, Trev. I mean, you'll be behind me now. I've got to wait till you finish that one, and then we can crack on and try the Denver Milk Stout. That's where we're going next. Michael Greenelf thinks yes. Mike Racing Demon says he thinks he has an amp board for an autocrat. Rob Cross is saying it will. Derek's going with Tim Whiskers. Theo's no.
Oh,
Carthor's yes.
Have faith.
So, I mean, the other question is, if it doesn't work and we whack it, will it work?
Oh,
we're going to get it going. Is
no,
what
I'm allowing for
you're
a
happy.
whack.
Oh, you're going.
Yes.
Oh, you're going in with the whack. Okay, right. Okay.
I'm not saying it's going to work instantly.
Right. Let's give it. Is it a 9-volt or an 18-volt set? I can't remember now. I think it's 18-volt. I don't think these are in parallel. I think we're looking at 18 volts on this one.
You're going to take a chance.
Well, we're current limited. If all else fails, it'll kick off. Right. Here we go.
Right.
Are we ready?
There's something.
It's cut down on the current limit though. We've got noise. We have nothing.
Nothing much happening.
So we've got amplifier noise.
I hate to say this.
And it's fading out. It's fading.
I hate to say this.
What?
Whacking.
Whack it?
I think it needs a whack.
It's a hacker, not a whacker. It's a hacker that needs a whacker, I think, is the situation, Michael.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Multi. So,
oh.
We've got a very... Okay, we've got a very scratchy volume pot, so let's give that a bit of a squirt first then. And unfortunately, we've got no fader loop, so we're going to have to go in with Servosol.
I think it's going to be the squirt and whack method for this one.
Squirt and whack? It's like a shake and vac, but it's a squirt and whack.
Yeah, because it's more sophisticated.
Let's do this squirt and whack and put the freshness back in it.
Yeah, that's right.
Squirt and back and put the freshness back.
Take the whiskers out.
Take the whiskers out. We'll have to invent a new song, won't we?
Yeah.
Not the shake and vac song, the squirt and whack. So I'm just letting that switch cleaner get in there. So I have got some fader lube coming, which is the best thing apparently for these.
Yeah.
Right, let's hook that back up. Now, where were we? I think I was there, wasn't I? Well, that's gone dead silent now. I connected the wrong one. Don't think I'm connected to the wrong one because I'm drawing 30 milliamps, but we've got nothing.
Oh, I had something then.
Tappy tap time. Or wacky whack time. So let's start with the... Okay.
It's the whiskers again. It's the whiskers, people. It's the whiskers.
Let's go to long wave, and if we go to the light station, which is there, we should get radio 4. Trying. We're tapping. Wacky wacky. Give that one a tap. First IF. Yeah, that one's definitely. Oh, Sparky. Oscillator. Also got whiskers. Yeah. So we've got whiskers on the oscillator transistor. And we got problems with the first IF transistor. Let's try it.
There's sunlight in it, but it's... Do you remember we had this before? We'd all but given up, and then on the last bash, on it came. I mean, this has. I mean, this deserves it because it's got the champagne exterior.
It's the transistor that's inside this can that's causing the problem. It's that, there's a one in there that's causing us the problem, and that one's not very healthy either.
Remember, this thing wouldn't have been out of place inside a limousine, a Rolls-Royce limousine, back in the 70s.
Really?
Well, it's got all the colourings for it. Imagine them wanting to do this though.
We've got alka modes in here as well, but let me have a think then. We need to get into this module. Oh, it's trying. He's trying, very trying.
I'm surprised that you know, you haven't found a company that has a bespoke whacker.
Oh. We had a bit of life there.
Yeah, but it's not as we know it.
It's life, Trev, but not as we know it.
Yeah.
It's very close to working. Oh. It's trying. So all I'm doing is tapping this aluminium can. But inside that can there's an AF, at least one AF 117. I think there might even be two. Let's get inside. I'm going to have to get inside now, Trav. I've got to get inside now. Are you prepared for some more in a minute? Because I'm going to have to tag you in a minute after we've done this whacking.
Yeah, it's mentally and physically exhausting.
Oh, it is. It's phenomenal. Really does take it out of me. All the whacking.
You were hoping it could be a quick fix.
Well, it's never going to be a quick fix ultimately, but normally you can get them going either by taking the taking the shorts out of them, or cutting the shield wire off. Normally you can get them going. So I've got straight out in there. Okay, let's whop him out of the case and have a look. To rename myself the Radio Whacker. Bit of Morse code. Could be. Yeah, the AF12 series don't have the same problem. They've got a slightly different package. And you don't have that issue. I mean, these are, it's great to get these radios working again, and I'm 100% sure that I can get this one going. But maybe not today, but well, yeah, we can get it going today. Of course we can get it going today, Trevor, can't we?
Yeah.
Yeah. Got to is just cut the shield wires off and away we'll go. But I do prefer to unsolder them because I can zap the transistors and get them working again. So if we pass current through the transistor, it blows away all the shorts, and hopefully, if none of the other junctures are shorted, you've got a working transistor again. Right. So that's is this going to be play ball? Oh, that's strange. We've got this other horrible plastic nuts in here that are holding this one in. Broken plastic nuts, that is. There we are. So let's get this this can off a minute. And see if we've got another AF117 in here. And there we have another 2, look. So we've got 2 in here. So now it's out of the case, we can get full whackability on it now. We got full whackage available. So if I zoom in there, so the 4 transistors in questions are down there. Look, in questions? I think the beer's kicking in, Trev. So the 4 transistors in question are these here. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. So all of these will have shorts on them. So let's connect it back up again. Mrs. Cruncher's got the sneezes by the sound of it.
Can't be COVID.
Can't be COVID?
No.
No? Right. Let's hope not, eh? Mrs. Cruncher don't want that again, that's for sure. Right, fire in the hole.
Don't like the sound of that.
It sort of came up then, didn't it? And then died off again. Did you hear that?
You've completely killed it, perhaps. That was his last chance saloon. Oh no. There you go.
Just touching them.
Mm. There's touching and there's tapping. And the next thing up from that is the whacking. You've got touching, tapping and whacking.
That one's definitely got whiskers. And that one's got whiskers. So let's try another tactic. Let's see if we can lift the shield wires on them. So when I say lift the shield wires, for those that aren't up with this really, the shield wire is connected to the can of the transistor. So if you remove that, you basically remove the short from the other junctions in some cases. And I'm going to see if I can lift them just by pulling them out with the soldering iron. Get Trev to look up YouTube whack-a-mole. First one and third funny one. Whack-a-mole.
Okay.
You connect 7 PPT batteries to get 63 volts along with a 220 100 volt cap to sap them. Yeah, there's all sorts of methods, Mike, but yeah, that's bang on. That always works. Oh, steady. So I'm just connected onto the shield wire of this one. Let's just heat that up and pull it out. Whack-a-mole, Trev.
I'm on it.
He's on it. He's Googling it, Simon. So that's the first wire out.
They say first and
Let's try that.
What are they doing?
Yeah, it says that we've got. It says there's shorts on the other junctions on that one as well. So I'm just tapping that one. So even disconnecting the shield, I've still got shorts inside that one. I mean, I'm barely touching that. Now I'm whacking it. To be honest, they're all interacting. So let's pull some of the other shields out. Let's pull some of the other shields out. Can I get at any of these other ones? I can get at that one for sure. This is the first IF transistor, so let's pull that one out. Let's try that. No, still not there.
So close, isn't it?
Yep. Let's carry on.
Shall I have your tankard now?
You can. Are you ready, are you? You good to go? What else you got for us then, Trev?
Some sort of
nastiness.
Denver milk stout.
Nice. Oh, that's the one I got. Yeah, just for us to try. Trev likes a stout, so I got a stout in to try. Okay, this one's a bit tricky because we've got two. Can I get on that one? We've got two resistors right in the way, really. Let me get my eyes on. Can I get in there? So it's that one there. Let's see if I can desolder this one. The quality whacker. Is that a Weir screwdriver? It is. No messing here. Weir whackers. Okay, let me think which one it was. Was it the second one up? So it's that one there. A Weir whacker. The whacker from. I don't think they're meant for that, but proper misuse of tools at its best.
I can't believe there's not an actual bespoke whacker out there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's clearly an issue because, you know, the whiskers being prevalent.
A whisker whacker you want, do you?
Well, surely to Christ, you could make $1 million out of this.
The whisker whacker experience.
There's got to be a way in which to get a proper wallop with your whacker.
Right, how are we doing there? The problem with this one, I can't physically get at it because we've got two resistors in the way. I could get at it with some tweezers. Now, what have I done with my tweezers, Trav?
Tweezers?
There we go, we've got a pair there.
Yeah, they'll be handy. They'll be two hands.
Right. Can't physically get in there. This is the problem because these resistors are in the way. I might have to take the resistors out to get the shield wire out. I only need to get that one out, really. Let's pop that one out because that's obviously an issue. So we put that one there out. Might give us a bit better access. These are carbon resistors, so they aren't great. I literally can't get in there. I literally can't get in there. In the past I've taken both of these out, but there we go. That's that one out, so hopefully I can now get out the shield wire, which I can. Yay, we're out. That's a pain, isn't it? Let's pop that resistor back in. R12. R12 now won't go back in. R12 will not go back in now. There he is. There we are. Let's pop that back in. R12's in, shield's out, so we've got one more, and that's this one up here. And that's, we can get at that one, that's the second one. So let's grab that one. Let's heat that up and get it out. Then hopefully we'll have a working radio. There he is. Let's make sure he's not touching anything. Job done. All our whiskers are off. Well, all our shield wires are off. Not necessarily the whiskers. Let's try it again. Still not working, so it's this one here. There he is. Oh yes. Cheers, Trev. Ideally, I want to hear some sound here of this. So we've definitely got the whiskers sorted. Still can't really hear a radio station.
Give it the volt, Fat Tony says.
Hey, Fat Tony! How you doing, mate? So we've got some problems with capacitors there as well, I think. Because touching the ferrite is really
Wales in Fitzroy, Seoul, Shannon, Rockall, Malin, Hebrides, Bailey.
We're working.
The general synopsis at midday. Atlantic low 968, expected 100 miles west of North Fitzroy 979 by midday tomorrow.
Yeah, that transistor back there, I mean, I've just touched that again. That's absolutely knackered, that one. Come on. I literally just touched that one. So yeah, these are pretty bad. Yes, this one here, that'll need changing. I don't think I'll be able to zap that. It sounds like its other junctions are shorted apart from the ground on that one. Come on. And that one. You can see the problem, can't you? So anyway, we did definitely 100% hear that working, didn't we?
I heard it working.
That was work. We'll give that a thumbs up. We're going to give that a thumbs up because that did work. It is transistors though. The transistors in that are absolutely shot. So that's going to need. We might get away with zapping them, but unlikely. I think that's probably going to be a complete new set of transistors in that one. They're pretty bad, but we did get it going. We did get it going.
It'd be nice if we could do it with a spray, a whack and a zap.
A spray, whack, and a zap.
To be honest, I mean,
the spray and whack.
Sounds like the quickest way around the problem.
The spray and whack will bring the freshness back. Right.
Or bring the tranny back.
Pardon?
Well, that's what I put on the group thing.
That's what you put on the group thing, is it?
I'm afraid so.
Okay. So let me clear the desk because Mr. Geekology is going to come back now and give us another session while I go and have a comfort break and get all my tools out of his way so as you can see what we're up to. Tom and Susie, you're in Washington this month. Trees are in bloom to you. Hello to your fur pups. Thank you, Susie.
$250 volts to make sure.
250 volts to do it, Rolf. The 5-year apprenticeship on whacking has paid off. Certainly had a fair few years whacking under my belt there, Michael.
Yes, it's a more sophisticated version of the Persian relay.
I'm a professional whacker now. Persian relay. Can't beat a bit of Persian relay. Good money that was back in the day. Back in the day of being a gas engineer, Persian relay. Night times. So a bit of a clean down because we don't want Trev's stuff getting all messy on our dirty workbench now. Oh. So what have you got for us next then, Trev? What have you brought now to show us?
I bought 3 more things and then, you know, I think that should be enough.
3 more things will be enough for you, is it? That's your
be enough for them.
That's your contribution.
Well, I mean, I can keep going as long as they want. I've got stuff.
Well, we normally go on till 6, but we're getting to 6 already. So I mean, we got about another 30 radios to look at yet. And no, we haven't. We got plenty more in the wings to have a look at, but we won't go on crazily long. So I will pass you over.
I've got almost pristine one here.
Yeah, that's a beauty, that I must admit.
That they haven't seen yet.
They haven't.
No.
That's next, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Right, well, I'll leave that for you to clip on there, Trav.
Okay.
And I will tag you in. So back with Trav. Thank you, Tony.
Brilliant.
Buy bigger hammer. Cheers, Tony. I'll bear that in mind. So hand it back to Trav. While I go and have a comfort break.
Well, great to be back with you all. Graham's been whacking away to his heart's content there, and I don't know how many radios he restored there almost instantly. I mean, it's a privilege to watch him working. Now, something he did for me, which some of you will know a little bit about last week on his live stream, he mentioned about the fact that on Patreon, he put some photographs of a restored Shangri-La Junior hybrid headphone amplifier. Now that's a particularly special headphone amplifier that means an awful lot to me. So after a night shift, I finished at 6:30 in the morning, and my journey began from Exeter, where I work in the ambulance control centre as one of their managers, and I drove from there to Birmingham. And in Birmingham city centre, once I eventually got through a really complicated system of diversions due to all the work they're doing around Birmingham city centre, I got to a place called Audio Affair. Now, Audio Affair had broken the Hi-Fi Man Shangri-La Junior hybrid headphone amp, and it looked as if they'd attempted to fix it and had made it an awful lot worse. So I was given a suitcase, because this thing is pretty special, and it's transported around in a not just a flight case but a suitcase. It is that big and that delicate. So by hybrid I mean that it is not just solid state, but it is solid state and has 4 valve output stages to it. And what had happened, God knows how, but the volume knob had snapped off, and they'd had attempted to get inside it, and had obviously unscrewed completely the wrong stuff, and there was a load of stuff just milling around inside it. I didn't think there was any hope for it. I brought it up to Graham, and suffice it to say, within 2 hours he had the thing working absolutely perfectly. Although he was absolutely adamant that he wanted to buy a new part for it. I said, no, you ain't. It's not ours to be buying new parts for and waiting for all that. Let's just fix it. And honestly, the attention to detail that man has is incredible. And particularly as he'd never ever seen the headphone amp before in his life. I had no idea as to the workings of it. To have got it up and running and restored within that time was amazing. Anyway, the reason why I wanted that from a selfish point of view to work was because that is one of the only headphone amplifiers in the world capable of running this. What you are looking at here, you will have seen on the invite to today's live stream. Now, this is the Hi-Fi Man Shangri-La headphone. And before we go any further, let me tell you, this is the best headphone in the world. And I say this not lightly. I've listened to the Sennheiser HE1, which retails at a similar price, and the Hi-Fi Man before it that superseded this one. And in my opinion, having listened to the 3 best headphones in the world, this one comes out as the best. All 3, interestingly enough, are Electrostats. Now, I mentioned before in my sitting with you guys that the quad Electrostat loudspeakers were jaw-droppingly great. Now, the best headphones in the world are all electrostatic ones. That's it. That's a fact. That's not even up for argument. And this, to buy separately, costs £18,000. The complete system, however, if you wanted to buy it as a complete system, costs, and I kid you not, and you can look this up on Google, by all means do so, £50,000. And I am lucky enough, thanks to Graham's help, to be able to listen to these at my will at the moment. The Hi-Fi Man distributor, knowing my passion for portable audio, very kindly lent me these some time ago. And he also lent me the Hi-Fi Man Shangri-La Junior amp on the proviso that need to go anywhere, I would have to deal with it. And sure enough, the Hi-Fi Man Shangri-La Junior amp in Birmingham, the only one to my knowledge currently available in the UK, got bust. So obviously I was asked to go to Birmingham and swap them, and I did. So one suitcase was exchanged for another. Everyone was happy. This is a serious bit of kit. If we were to talk in relative terms about what the sound quality of an £18,000 pair of headphones is against, shall we say, a £1,800 pair of headphones is, it's very difficult to talk in those terms. I mean, you've got to think about the motivation as to somebody who would be able to or would want to own an £18,000 pair of headphones is.
Not
so the market for these headphones is surprisingly large. I'll just put that there as well, because you know that's worthy of inclusion with the Hi-Fi Man. I think it's a reasonable.
We've got the Hi-Fi Man.
Yeah. So this
Shangri-La Seniors,
this bruv is the Shangri-La Seniors, the best headphones in the world, in my opinion. And I've spent many hours with the HE1. They're available to listen to in Harrods. The Shangri-La Seniors, at the moment, the only place outside of China that you would be able to listen to these would be in Switzerland. There's a gentleman in Birmingham, and not the same shop that I swapped over the Hi-Fi Man Shangri-La Junior amp that we've just been talking about, but there's another shop in Birmingham that actually has the complete system, the Shangri-La Senior system.
Is that a chap that I've seen on the video called you when I was
Yes, so Asim from Hyphonics happens to... He is a hell of a character. And he does seem like a bit of a typical Birmingham guy, but he happens to have at this moment in his possession the Hi-Fi Man full system of Shangri-La Senior, which retails at, as I've said before, £50,000. The only problem is, at the moment, Asim has a slight problem in that one of the valves, believe it or not, is broken. And from my brother's expertise, that cannot be fixed. And so therefore, at least one valve, if not all four valves, will need to be replaced because they need to match. The Hi-Fi Man Shangri-La Senior will work with any electrostatic amp. Why does it need a specialist amp? Because it's an electrostat, and electrostats run on extremely high voltage. This thing for the size of it, weighs not very much at all. The reason being is that the amplifier that runs it runs at an extremely high voltage, and it weighs a ton. So much so that, as I've said to you before, it needs a suitcase to be transported in safely. Graham has had a chance to listen to the Shangri-La Senior, and I've spent many hours listening to it. And what is the difference between an £1,800 headphone and an £18,000 headphone? And all I can say to you is, apart from bragging rights, of course, of which there are a huge amount for anybody that is rich enough to be able to afford this. If somebody's rich enough to be able to afford this, they probably wouldn't even buy it themselves. They'd get somebody else to buy it for them, wouldn't they? And, you know, these are the Ferrari owners, the Rolls-Royce owners, you know, and money is no object to people like that. And yeah, they want the very best. And even if it's only a couple of % better or a slight bit better, they will want the best to impress their friends. Aside from that, yes, there are huge bragging rights with having an £18,000 pair of headphones. But what is the difference between an £1,800 and an £18,000 pair of headphones in terms of pure sound quality? Well, all I can tell you is it's like, imagine a pair of curtains. And the pair of curtains obscure the lights, and then you open them up and the light comes flooding in. So it really is, the clarity is, and the openness of the sound, it is as close to a really top quality pair of loudspeakers as you could expect. But remember that in absolute terms, a headphone doesn't need any acoustic treatment whatsoever. So a headphone will sound great wherever you use it. But a pair of speakers, of course, needs to have the correct room acoustics to work properly. So it's like having a really expensive pair of speakers in a perfect room setup is all I could describe the sound to you as. Because until you could hear it for yourself, it's really difficult to explain something that is that high up in the sound quality levels. I don't know if Graham can provide any input to that, because he listened to these and he listened to a pair of £5,500, well, they weren't hardly cheap, but the Shangri-La Junior headphones are £5,500 worth of headphones as well. So, and in fact, my wife, I believe it enough, ironically, prefers the sound of the Shangri-La Junior headphones to those, because she said these are too much.
I think Les, was it the Jade headphones that Les liked best? There was 3 lots that we were trying, weren't there? There was those, the
Shangri-La Juniors, yeah.
And was Jade the other one, or was there another one that you had up
there?
It
was a pair of German headphones that I can't even remember.
There wasn't a German one.
Might have been Sasfaras, yeah.
It might have been Sasfaras that
yeah.
Les preferred, because he liked the tone of them a bit better.
Okay, yeah, so the difference between...
Very, they're not harsh, but you can hear everything. Those, can't you, really?
So the way in which the technologies produce a slightly different sound signature. So by sound signature, that means the character, how the sound is presented to your ears. So the sound signature of an electrostatic headphone is that it is a really, really thin driver, and an electric voltage is pushed against it, and that is what makes the diaphragm move, and it moves much faster because a much higher level of voltage is pushed across it, and the whole of the diaphragm moves much faster, and also much more of the diaphragm moves compared to a dynamic headphone, which tends to have a punchier, more bass, more deep, more low-end presentation. So you will find that you if you are used to or like or look for a warmth and punchiness in the bass to your sound, then a dynamic, a really high-end dynamic, which this as far as an £8,000 headphone, But well, it's a planar magnetic, but it has many of the characteristics of a dynamic headphone in that it uses magnets rather than voltage to produce the sound. So the characteristic of the Susvara would be that it would be punchy and have that low end depth, whereas the Shangri-La and the Shangri-La Junior would tend to have that airiness and detail to the sound, without having that real punch in the bass. It would be perhaps not quite as fast in the bass, but I suppose it's just what you get used to.
Just getting us back to earth then with these, Trav.
Yeah.
This is not something you can plug into your iPhone, is it? You need
Unfortunately
a dedicated
not.
amp to run these.
Absolutely. So the only way you could run an iPhone through it, and I have run an iPhone through it, is to plug that into, and this would be, I think Mike was asking about headphone amplifiers. Now, the Shangri-La Junior headphone amplifier is just that. It has no DAC. All it has is two inputs for, two outputs rather, for the two electrostatic headphones. So it will run two electrostatic headphones at the same time. It's high powered, and it accepts line inputs, so analog inputs only. So it will accept a balanced analog input or an RCA analog input, and you've got a little, quite a cheap switch actually in the back for something of that cost, and that would be how you would run it. But so you plug these directly into a digital audio player or smartphone or your iPod is an absolute no-no, because the voltage requirements for an electrostatic headphone are so big.
You've not got a standard jack on that either, Trevor. Have you shown him the jack for that?
No, I haven't. No.
Plug on the end?
Yeah. So this is the modern type plug for the Electrostacks these days. I don't know if you can see that, but this one's got the 5 pins. The older versions of the Stax electrostatic headphones have 6 pins. So the older Stax headphones wouldn't be able to take the phone amp that Graham fixed. So the Hi-Fi Man was built for the Shangri-La system, as part of the Shangri-La system. There are people out there who believe that the Shangri-La Senior headphone can perform even better than through the £50,000 system, which means that it has forced Hi-Fi Man to offer this. They build these to order. These are not off-the-shelf items, by the way. You know, if you wouldn't be able to get this within a week if you ordered it, unless you, I suppose, went to Hiphonics in Birmingham, who've got the only pair for sale in outside of Switzerland in the world. But you know, these would have to be built to order, this sort of stuff at this sort of price. But there's a school of thought out there that says that these will sound even better if put through a better electrostatic headphone amplifier. And the one that everybody raves about, of which you can get a kit to build it, and Graham could make probably himself an awful lot of money building it for people, is the Blue Hawaii Special Edition. That's an electrostatic headphone amp that nobody to date has dared to say that they can build a better electrostatic headphone amp. That is the holy grail of all electrostatic headphone amps, is the Blue Hawaii Special Edition.
Blue Hawaii?
Yes.
That's good.
Yeah.
Did Elvis design that?
Well, he might just as well have, because, you know, it is the bee's knees. And in fact, is this Elvis's birthday today?
Is it?
I believe you'll find that it is, because when we were listening to Gold on the Way Up, his name was mentioned in terms of being 10th of April 1916 as his date of birth.
Let's have a look now.
And is it the 10th of April? No, it's not the 10th of April anyway, but...
So Elvis was born on the 8th of January 1935. This is probably not his...
Is it the date of his death, maybe? So, yeah, I've given you a bit of utopia. But, you know, during my journey and my adventures as a reviewer, I went from begging people to send me kits that I would have to pay to receive, and then I'd have to pay to send out to the next person. I'd have a week to listen to it. I've gone from those beginnings to being able to get hold of stuff like this. So, you know, it's been hard work. It's not been easy doing all this reviewing, as Graham, I'm sure, will attest to. But, you know, in the end, you know, your work pays off. And, you know, I've been privileged enough to have spent, you know, several months with the Shangri-La Senior now. So that is not mine, again. So as I must say that it's not owned by me, and it eventually will go back to Hi-Fi Man.
Lovely green tinge on that, Trev, when you move that in the light.
Yes. Yes. You should be. I don't know if we can actually see through it. I get it in the right place.
You probably won't see through it because you haven't got the light shining through it. But...
No. No.
You're looking at this one, getting all that.
Yeah. But anyway, you know, I can actually see daylight through these. They are wafer thin. And yeah, they sound and look beautiful. So that's the Hi-Fi Man Shangri-La Seniors. And this is another piece of what I would call Summit Hi-Fi.
Summit?
Yeah, so this is the top. This is the flagship stuff.
This is what Mike was talking about earlier, was it?
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm now showing you the Astle & Kern Meteoric Titan AK380. Now, it used to be their flagship digital audio player. It has now been superseded. Well, it has been replaced as a flagship by other players that are more costly than this now. The jury is out as to whether those players are better sound quality, because they don't possess the same DAC chip as this one. And obviously every player that Astle & Kern produce will be tuned in a different way with different components inside it. So not only have I got the Astle & Kern digital audio player, which is this item here on top, but below it is a second part, which is the Astle & Kern amp module for the AK380. So my story on this is that I got this from a gentleman in America through HeadFi, through my connections with HeadFi.
HeadFi being?
That's the biggest audio forum for headphone enthusiasts in the world. It gets 1.5 million hits a month. And I'm one of their reviewers on it. So I've reviewed over 150 products on HeadFi.
So HeadFi is a headphone specialist.
It's a headphone forum. It's an online headphone forum. So there you go. We've got the Astle & Kern amp module here. And that simply plugs into the micro USB cradle. But this is the Astle & Kern AK380 flagship DAC amp and digital audio player. Let's switch that on a minute.
Thank you, Rob. I've just put in a link to headfi.org for you, Trav.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rob.
Yeah, well, that's where I began my journey as a reviewer, and then I went on to subjective reviews, and the YouTube channel is where I've put my video reviews. But to be honest, my strength lies in my writing. That's where I started. But
writing?
Yeah, so very much Headfire is all about writing reviews.
Written reviews, yeah.
Yeah. And from there we went and formed our own website, Subjective Reviews, and from there, an offshoot of Subjective Reviews was YouTube, a YouTube channel. So we've got it started up for you there. And I don't know, should we go back? Yeah. So we've got something called AK Connect, and AK Connect allows you to seamlessly look at anything that you've shared through your local network. And I found that works really well because I've got an 8 terabyte music server downstairs, and AK Connect just picked it up immediately, no problem at all. But for the local storage, you know, you've got your usual stuff. But this was one of the first players to offer this sort of performance with Wi-Fi capability and online and external SD card storage. And, you know, it worked really well. My first issue with it, when I first got it from the States, I got it for an absolute knockdown price, because I don't know if you can see, but it's just a little bit battered around the edges. You know, I had the chance to, you know, to own an iconic digital audio player, and I thought, well, I can live with that. You know, it's the sound that, and you know, the looks are important with this one, because as you can see, offset bezel is just pretty impressive, isn't it?
You know, there's other Geekology channels on YouTube.
Yeah, yeah, but it's Geekology, isn't it, or whatever? I don't know.
I shall put a link to your channel in here
right
now. If I can get back to where I was.
But I think that, you know, basically AK got the looks right, and Mike said that he owns the AK100. Well, I had the AK100 originally, and I sold that on. But the AK380 is, you know, another step up from the AK100, in my opinion, in terms of the sound quality of it. Again, there are sound samples available on my Geekology channel for this. With the amp module in this, not only does it provide a much higher power output, I'm not sure of how much higher the amp module provides compared to the actual unit itself, but it plays even, you know, really power hungry headphones like the Hi-Fi Man Susvara. It plays them really, really well. And again, we've got the usual balanced and unbalanced jacks, and the balanced output again has a lot more work gone into it, and it's much higher output. And ironically, the one with a higher output has the smaller size jack, so it's a 2.5 mil.
Use the player without the amp, can you?
Absolutely, and it sounds incredible without the amp. And also, again, you see you've got balanced and unbalanced jacks there, and you know it will power even something like a Sennheiser 8800, which is quite a high impedance headphone, but it will, in high gain mode, the DAP alone would power that. But if you're talking about the Hi-Fi Man HE6 Plano-Magnetic or the Hi-Fi Man Susvara, then you would need something like the amp module in balanced mode. So you'd have to get the cables and everything to get it running. But you know, really, the Hi-Fi Man Susvara is built for loudspeaker amplifiers, and in fact we've done some experimenting as to what results we can get by just doing a direct connection to the speaker taps, the speaker outputs on a speaker amp using the hi-fi mounts as opposed to trying a high-powered headphone amplifier, and we've got some really interesting results. So and again, that's something that I'll be looking at for the future. But a very brief sort of look at the Aston & Kern AK380 as we've got it. As you can see, we can do Wi-Fi for it. We've got the usual album listings. Enya, you fans of Enya? This is one of the very first albums I actually bought on CD. I bought that in 1987, I believe. And this is a 24-bit 96 kilohertz, and we've got this beautiful scrolling wheel. And as you can see, that it's got line out on it, so you can do it to line out. And it says, do you want to set it to line out? So we just cancel that. And we go back. And you know, it's really reactive touchscreen, beautifully reactive touchscreen. And we go into AK Connect, and we've got store. But there was never much in store. It wants you to look at Tidal, so it interfaces with Tidal, but really AK Connect is that's all it's good for. In terms of the extras you've got there, do you see I can press amp, and it says volume changed automatically to protect your hearing. And if I've got the amp connected properly, which I'm not sure I have, we'll try it again. Yes, we'll get a blue indicator come up to say that the amp has actually started working now. And what the clever thing it does is it automatically adjusts the volume down so it doesn't blow up your headphones. With all these things, it's just a case of having a look at the aesthetics of it. In terms of what my gut feeling on the sound quality of this is compared to the Colourfly U8, this is a good 6 years older than the Colourfly U8, I believe. That's not an exaggeration, and that is ancient for a digital audio player, because digital audio players haven't been around for that long. But in terms of the sound quality, in my opinion, the AK380 just has that silkiness and that sophistication and that detail and clarity of sound that only just edges it from the Colourfly U8. So a retail of this thing with the amp module built in, with the amp module added to it, and the case itself, which in itself would have cost £100 extra, you're talking about perhaps £3,500.
Whoa, Rob! It's gone mares. Thank you very much, Rob, for headphones.
Oh, that's very kind of him, isn't it? Thank you very much, Rob.
Well, you're 10% of there, sir.
Oh no, please.
You're slacking.
Please.
I'm back in the room, people.
So we're talking £3,500 compared to the Colourfly U8, which is 1199. The one I'm playing at the moment most, believe it or not, is the Colourfly U8. But I know I will come back eventually to the AK380. I think that has a special place in the Geekology sort of hierarchy of digital audio players, of which I will be the first to say, hand on heart, I have way too many. But it's wonderful having all this stuff and being able to just sort of get to grips with the slight differences that you get to at this level of sound quality. But I think that in terms of all the digital audio players I've had, if you could ever get hold of one of these at the price that I paid for it, which was approximately £550. I would say there's nothing that's ever going to touch this at £550 on today's market new. So, but I think that's always the way, isn't it? If you can get hold of something decent second hand, and you guys, of all people that I'm talking to, will know all about having stuff that's not actually new, because that's what this channel is all about. Then
you say we're cheapskates.
I ain't saying you're cheapskates. I'm saying you like and you know what you like, and it's not
stuff.
Gonna be, yeah, it's not gonna be new, is it? So
unlikely. We're not really into new.
It's not always that the newest thing, the newest kid on the block is the best. Wow. The newest kid on the block is not always the best, and you know, we must never underestimate the likes of the AK380, and there's a lot of people that still look on this as the holy grail of digital audio players. So I'm glad I got the chance to show you this, and this is probably one of my very latest acquisitions, and this has been mentioned already today. And yeah, so this doesn't take up much space, does it? But this, ladies and gents, presents the future of portable audio in the world. This is the Samsung Galaxy Pros, and these are TWS or truly wireless. So these have their own little recharging box. The recharging box is what they sit in, and obviously that will easily fit in your pocket. And these have microphones built into them, and you have an app that obviously you have to download it onto your phone, your Samsung phone, or your Android phone. Any Android phone will do. And these earphones are actually intelligent, so they can tell when you start to talk, and when you start to talk, if you have a certain setting on them, they will pause or mute or quieten down the music, whichever you prefer, and allow you to speak, and they will open the microphones up.
I didn't know you.
And they will enhance the actual sound around you. They will amplify the sound around you. And so, yeah, yeah, absolutely. And not only that, they have more than one driver in them. So believe it or not, they've managed to pack 2 drivers into them, a low and mid to high range. They're indestructible, so you heard them drop, but it really doesn't matter. Honestly, it really doesn't matter. They are designed to withstand sweat, water, so they'll withstand a shower. They're Samsung.
Very nice.
Yeah, they'll withstand sweat because they're IPX rated. I can't remember what the IPX rating is, but and they are an ergonomic fix, so they will fit into most people's ears, no matter how small or large our outer ear into our ear canal entrance is. Do you see that little ridge? I hope you can. Yeah, you will be able to see that little ridge. That little ridge is so clever because it just slots in to that lobe around the ear. So you've got me on the upper right hand picture, and yes, I've put that into my left ear and it fits perfectly, and I've run with these already for over 2 hours and I never needed to adjust them once, and I was able to hear sounds around me, but I was also able to hear the music, you know, perfectly. And in fact, the ambient setting on these, if you get it adjusted right, will give you the best of both worlds, in that it will give you a really spatial sound. So the bass and mid and high ranges will be just subtly enhanced and pushed outwards giving this creation of like the sound is coming from further out from your head. But also you will be able to hear, not really loud, but you'll be able to hear quietly sounds around you. So it will feel like you've not quite got earphones in and you're completely removed from the rest of the world, which is important if you're cycling or you're commuting or you're walking or you're running and you need to hear traffic noises, or perhaps you know, if you're on a bus or on a train, you might want to hear announcements, or if you're on a plane, these will automatically mute and they'll hear that. How long does the battery last? Well, the battery lasts on these dependent on the level of volume you have them at. The higher the volume, the less the battery will last. But outside of their cradle, the battery will last for 12 hours, which is a very, very long run, or a very long walk, or a very long commute to and from work, or, you know, you'd have to work a 12-hour shift and have these in the whole time, which they'd be perfectly comfortable to wear for that length of time. But once you've got them inside the box, that will add another 20 hours, so you're talking 32 hours before you have to recharge anything at all.
Mike Racing Demons are asking, he assumes it's Bluetooth, and how much are they? So
what I did with these is, because they're given away free with some of the latest high-end Samsung phones, and a lot of people aren't really that interested in earphones. You can pick these up on Facebook Marketplace fairly reasonably. So their retail price is £200, but I bought those the week before last for £50.
Again.
And there wasn't a lot of packaging that came with them, of course. I had a set of tips. I've changed these for some Hi-Fi Man double flange tips, because yeah, the normal tips for me, because of my ear canal, they just weren't comfortable. They felt like they were coming out all the time. So I just got these with the, you see there's two notches there, so it's almost like putting if you're climbing, you put a nut into the rock, and you know, as you pull out, the harder you pull on it, the more it sets. Well, with these double flanged ear tips, that's what you get. So if you're doing a workout with these, or you know, you're out running, or you're out cycling, or you're in the gym with these, you know, something like double flanged ear tips, which don't come as standard with them, is an ideal thing to have. So yeah, the retail price is £200, and of course what you get for £200 is you get the warranty with that goes with Samsung products, but you know, you can pick them up hardly used for 50 quid quite easily on Facebook Marketplace, and for 50 quid I would highly recommend them.
I take it that little container is also the charger for it, is it?
So this is the charging cradle, that's what they call it. So we'll put them back into the charging cradle, like so, and they're magnetized. So these two notches here are the magnetized, and you see the charging cradle has gone red, which means that they are not fully charged yet, so they've gone back into a charging phase. And you see I've put the charging box down and it went green, and now it's gone off, which means that the charging box has enough charge in it to recharge the buds inside. And we've lifted it up, we've got the red, which indicates that they're not yet fully recharged.
So are we saying that that has got some sort of battery in it that will charge those headphones without it being connected to a USB port?
Correct. And what you do is you
charge it initially.
Well, as we know, all new products come with an element of charge in them, so it will be about 65% charged. So you can run them from new, run them into the ground, is the best advice that most manufacturers give you. So get them to a point where they're completely discharged, then put them into the charging box, then fully discharge the charging box, and then the charging box is the one that gets the charge put into it. So that is a USB-C powered charging box. And I'll so you can see there the USB-C input. So you charge the charging cradle, and then that in turn will give the extra 20 hours of charge to the Galaxy Pros.
Right. So basically, you charge up the cradle, and the cradle charges the headphones.
Yes. And again, you remember that Graham mentioned about the fact that his Hacker separate cassette deck, stereo cassette deck, looked pretty snazzy, didn't it? It almost had an element of B&O to it somehow. But he said that that was made with Nakamichi internals, correct?
Yeah.
Well, if we look very carefully at this one, it says Samsung Sound by AKG, which brings us right round to the very start of headphones. Because who made the very first headphones? The very first headphones were made for fighter pilots, and those fighter pilots were provided with headphones that were made by a company called AKG. And with that, thank you very much, ladies and gents, for your time, and I'll bring you back to Graham.
Oh, I'm back in. Back in the business. Joe's got lots of beer to drink. He is slacking.
Yes, I am, but you know, I've been engaged by all you people. I'll take all my gubbins away.
We'll swap places again. We'll swap places. I'm back in the room. Just get me mic on. Mic myself up. Right. How are we doing for time? We better make this the last radio, I think. So Trev's got one down there for me.
And yeah.
And this is a real beauty. Last but not least, we have. Anybody know? Anybody know what this is just from the corner? Any guesses? Any guesses on what this radio is just from that corner? You might have seen a little bit more of it when I put it up there initially, but yeah, Derek. Yes, it is an R7, and this is a gift from Geoff. And really, I think Geoff really wanted me to have this one. Now, this is something that Geoff has taken a lot of time over, and Geoff has actually pretty much restored this one himself. It is an R707, as you can see. But I'm sure you'll see that the sides are really nice and shiny. The dial plate is pretty immaculate. Let's just give that a bit of a dust off because it's been in a box. But yeah, I don't need to do a lot to this one, I can tell you that, in order to restore it. This is a real beauty. Now my own R707 I actually sold to Sean of the Man Cave Workshop. He's got my original one that I restored. So I actually haven't got a restored R707 for myself. So Geoff has said this is for me. So that's very kind of him. So thank you, Geoff, if you're still watching. As I say, I think Geoff has done the majority of the work on this already, but it is a real beauty. So the grill, I'm just looking across the grill. That grill is absolutely pristine. There's not a dent in that. That grill is absolutely amazing, which is hard to find, believe me. The knobs are quite proud for some reason. I think it's probably because if they're pushed down, they can scratch the fascia. So they will push down a bit further than that. But it's best not to push them right down onto the plastic because they will dig in. So I think Geoff has spent a lot of time in it. That dial plate is absolutely amazing. That. Look at that. You see the shine across there. Mike! Mr. Racing Demon saying thank you very much, Trev. And he's just give us a £10 super chat, so thank you very much. Great show, Graham and Trev. Off to find adventures with Mrs. Demon. Say hello to Mrs. Demon for us, Mike. Glad to have you here, mate. Speak to you soon. So, Geoff has done the cosmetics, but not the electronics. So, as we all know, the R707 has got the dreaded Mullard module in it. So let's have a look in the back. And up deep in the back of it, you can just about see the module up here. See that? That is brim full of AF 115s or 116s, or a combination of the two. So that's what kills these sets dead. Serial number, it's quite an early serial number actually, 3313. That's quite an early serial number for one of these, and it is in a later version with the rectangular badge. The early versions had Roberts written across the front here, so this is a later one. Catch you later, Mike. So again, sides are really nice, nicely finished. Really, you've done a lovely job on this one, Geoff. It really is nice. The hardest part is the module, but let's hook it up to some power and have a look. So we've got a socket in the side. I think, is this center pin positive? I think this center pin positive on these. So we might be able to use my new cable for this. So I made this up in the week. So it's got a long reach. You need one of these long reach ones. A standard one will not go in there. If we look at a standard one, have I got a standard one there? So this is a normal jack plug, and this is a long reach one. So there's probably 3-4 mil difference in them. A fair bit of difference. But this one here will not fit. This one should do. I say that, it probably won't now, will it? So it's a 12-volt radio. Will that go in there? Yes, it will. Brilliant. Okay. So all I've done with this, I've put two of these connectors on the end of them, banana plugs, and they've got other, I can't remember what they call them now, but they're modular, so you can plug other cables in the back of them if you wanted to. And I've put this braided sheath over them just to keep them together, really, because it's two separate wires. But this is much longer than my normal one. So let's pop that up to 12 volts. Set the current limit down. I'm pretty sure this is center pin positive, but we'll soon find out because the current limit will kick in if not. Oh. Well, it was already turned on. What do you know? Already turned on. It sounds to be working, doesn't it? That sounded to be working.
Oh, it's going to be working. Yeah.
Now, Geoff hasn't done any of the electrics. By the way, Geoff, we had the Humph. We had Humph, didn't we? We got Humph in with the Hacker RPC1. Do you want Humph back, Geoff? Do you want to reclaim Humph? You have to let us know. Right, let's go to VHF.
That's GT Geoff.
GT Geoff. This is Geoff is the chap that's giving us all this lovely kit. So we'll go VHF. Let's stick it on 100, which is classic FM. Let's go for it. It's working. Geoff, Humphrey Littleton. We had a big discussion on this earlier, and that was what came out. Humphrey Littleton is who it was. So, that's great. Great bit of debate, that. But this is working on VHF anyway. Do you notice that it's got a delayed response? So if I turn it on, nothing. Like a hiss, and then it kicks in. It's got a little bit of hiss with it, which I think is going to be the module. It's drawing a bit high current, really. It's drawing 40-50 milliamps. It's a bit high.
Look at us, everybody. Harry Styles, as it was, once again.
So we need to speak up on these issues and to do something rather than do nothing. Connect before you connect. Call in your friends before calling them out. Thank you.
Door and the halls in the cellar. Open the door and the TV's caked in slime. There's a man in tears in the road.
Yeah, it's not great. It's there's definitely something up there. Let's get the old we're a whacker.
No.
Give the old module a tap. You can tell.
Nice. Surely it doesn't need working.
Today, the water sings. Today, I walk the bank with someone else's dog on a lead. And it's like the river's saying...
No, it's not like a...
I watch a wagtail wag stone to stone. Even the living statue heron's there, powdered grey. And I ask the dog if we should give it a coin for its
It's not there, is it? It's just not quite there.
sycamore down, and some branches of the path. Army.
These are lovely sounding radios, though, I will say that.
I am thinking of David Bowies' wooden boulder. That great ball of oak, slipping downstream, stuttering for months, coming to rest in the estuary until the heavy
Yeah, it's not
rains
quite there. Could be capacitors. Let's try medium wave. It's working.
Yeah, I can hear that.
That's the thing, when you've got an instrumental, you can go nuts with price.
Okay, so this is working, which is amazing for an R707, to be honest. I mean,
Yeah, so
most
it's a
of
bit
them.
weak on FM.
It's weak on FM and AM, and the reason for that, it's definitely the module will need doing, but let's have a quick look, see which module's in this one, because they did make saying that it is a very low serial number, so it's not going to be one of the later modules. Yes, this is an LP1164-1. I think the later ones were LP1164-2, and they had the AF125s in them. But we're going to have a few issues with this. One is going to be the module with AF117s in it, and the other one is going to be the capacitors, and they do get tired in these. They don't render it useless, but they certainly affect the audio for sure. So that is a lovely. I mean, look at the insides of that. That is very nice. I mean, that is pristine inside.
There's nothing there. It's very clean.
It's very clean. It's a later models. It's got the jack on the side, so you can plug power directly into it. These are the caps that need doing pretty much. These, well, 4. There's 3 there, and this one here. You do those 4 and it'll probably be fine, but while you're in there, you might as well change them all. But ultimately, the culprit is in here with this module. So that's going to have to come out, and the transistors will need to be changed or zapped, one of it. Quite a low serial. I'm surprised it's at such a low serial number as that, because it's a later version. It's not one of the early ones. But yeah, really nice set.
Indicate that they didn't sell many of them or something. Or...
No, they sold loads and loads of these. I've got hundreds. Well, I haven't got hundreds of them, but I've seen a lot of these. Right. I have seen a lot of these radios. Benji was in Theo, but I don't know where he's gone to. So yeah, the module does need doing here. It has got an FM module in it as well, and as long as it hasn't been messed with, it's just in underneath here. Can you see that? So 2 modules in these. You've got the FM front end here, LP1179, and then you've got the IF module there. So it could be that this one just needs a bit of a tweak, but you know, this is going to have to be done. But that's a very nice set, really good condition. So thank you very much for that one, Geoff. And there is a lot of other radios that are still outside, actually, Trev, aren't they?
Shall I get them in now?
Shall we go? We should just get go and, if you could get them in. But do you want to bring up that Volvo radio?
Of course.
Let's have a look at a Volvo. Let's finish with a Volvo, I think, don't you?
Yeah.
We all love a good Volvo, don't we? But yeah, that's great, Geoff.
Oh,
thank you for that.
Okay.
What? What's on?
Nothing.
So yeah, we love a good Volvo. You've still got one of these. I mean, really, if you listen to classic music, there's not much that will beat one of these. I mean, people harp on about the Hacker Hunter, but really for classical music, you very hard to beat one of these if it's fixed, mind you. Like you go and buy one of these on eBay that's just for sale, you're going to have problems. You need to get these fixed properly because they will cause you issues. And the R606 that you saw me do the other day, virtually the same module. The AF11 series transistors have got to come out. You've either got to zap them or put something else in place of them, and I would suggest you put something else in place of them. If it's your own radio, just zap them, and then if you want to do it in like 10 years time, you can take it out and zap it again. But really nice radio, Geoff, so thank you very much for that. It looks great. Everything's there. Yeah, really smart. So Trev's gone and brought me the last radio we're going to have a look at today, and it's a bit of a monster. Let me grab this. I've got it. Hello. He's trashing the place.
He's not.
That's me, was it? That's me, was it? What have we got? This is a beauty, isn't it? That grill cloth. A little bit gnarly there, but oh, look at this. This is a big old girl. Ugh. I have to zoom you out a little bit because it's taking up the whole bench. This is a GEC, another GEC, but this is an older GEC. The goat's all caught up. Everything's caught up here now. Everything's caught up. The goat's caught up. The wire. So, right, we're back. We're back. We're in. So this is a GEC. What model is it? It is a... Has it got a model number? It says it's a catalogue number, BC 5645. Interesting. So it's a GEC catalogue number 5645. But, I'm really not sure. Of course, it's cold. We've got VHF. That's great news. VHF, medium and long wave. We've got a gram set in there as well. So it's an FM set. Very interesting. So we got inner is the on-off tone. That's on-off. Outer is the volume. So I'm not sure. Geoff will have to fill me in as to what the situation is with this. It's got a lovely grill cloth on it. It's a little bit broken there, but very nice. Chris, you've got one of these, have you? It's a BC 5645. Sound loud. Again, I don't know what the situation is with this one. Let's have a look at the back of it. Oh, it's a heavy beast. I really don't know anything about this, so Geoff's there. You can let us know, Geoff, whether it's working or not, whether you've tried it, whether we can fire it up. I don't know. Untested, the £20 radio. Oh dear, we're not going to be firing this up then, that's for sure. 1955 Theo, do you reckon? So it doesn't look like we'll be firing this one up today. But let's have a look inside anyway, just to see what's in here. So it sounds like Geoff paid 20 quid for this one. Did you buy this off Facebook, Geoff? Is it Facebook Marketplace or eBay? I think you said it was somebody local to you, wasn't it? I've not seen one of these before. I've got a GEC radio here, but it's much smaller than this one. Just pop that down. It's still got this plug on it. Let's pop that out of the way for a sec. Wow. We've got some verdigris in there. We've got, it's certainly genuine. It's not been messed with at all by the looks of it. Transformer set, which is good news. No dropper on this one. Look at that. Well, you can't quite see that, but it's got a nice, very nice frame area on this side. It looks like a dish. Looks like a tuning cap's working. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 valve set. We've got our dual can capacitor there. So we got another Valve project by the looks of it, haven't we? We have got another project radio. So we've done all those Murphys, and we're now doing some bit of GEC magic. See what I mean by this frame, Ariel? Spares and repairs. Local owner, family radio. 1956, Theo. Very nice. So, post-war. So before you could stop them, they showed you that it works. Oh no, that's scary. But it's certainly got a bit of verdigris in there, a bit of dust. It might have been done, you never know. It might be that someone's been in there and done all the caps and everything, but I don't think so, have they? So let me see if I can clear some of the cobwebs away underneath. Oh, I think it has been done. Hang on. I can certainly see some LCR caps in there. There is some modern caps in there. I wonder. Just, I mean, you can't see in underneath. You can't quite see. Can you see in this side here? Can you just see in there some blue capacitors? Well, they are LCR. They're modern caps. So someone has been in here. Let's just quickly pop the chassis and have a look to see what's been done. If they've done the hello, that's a sister-in-law shouting for me. Hang on, I've got here. I've got a little bit of paper. Look. Oh, I like a bit of paper. So it looks like this is just the valve lineup. So it looks like it's equivalent. So we've got what says Z719 is an EF80, X719 is an ECH81, W719 is an EF85, DH77, EBC90, N709 is an EL84, and U78 is an EZ90. That's the rectifier. I wonder. Do you think this might work, Trev?
Oh, I haven't had a look inside. It looks a bit dusty, Graham.
It does look dusty, Trev. I'm sorry. But I say that someone's been in here.
Oh, right. Someone
has been in here. There's lots of spider situations in here. Lots of spidey sense. But I've got a feeling someone's done some of the caps in this.
I'll be honest with you. It looks too dusty.
Too dusty to be good?
That's, you know, what my intuition says. That amount of dust inside it ain't gonna work.
I'm going to have a look underneath first. I'm going to have a look underneath.
Look at the state of them bolts.
It's fine. They're like new, Trav. They're like new. You don't need to worry about that. Bit of dust on early, boy, does it? Oh. Don't happen to that washer, but right, let's have a quick look underneath first before I decide whether to fire this up or not, because I've got a feeling someone's been in here and done a bit of work. So let's have a look what's under here. Okay. Let's be careful here that we don't damage anything. That's okay, should be okay there. Right, so you can see the caps that I mean. These two here, these are new. I think that's new. That one's branded RS, so that's got to be new. The only issue is we've got a lot of hunts in this thing, so I'm thinking maybe not. All up in here. Can you see all these brown hunts? Brown hunts.
Theo Gorville says it will work now. Tin whiskers evolves.
There isn't tin whiskers, but there's a lot of hunts in this set, unfortunately. Let's have a quick count up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 8 hunts in this. These are in the volume control. So that's not even, doesn't even look soldered, that one, but it's sort of got a bit of solder. These are in the volume control. These are new. These are not, oh, well, not new. I say they're 1 kV rated, 100 microfarads. Where's the output valve? The output's going to be over here. So that's our IF cans. Where's our main caps in there? Yeah, I'm not sure. These are not the important caps. This one might be. But is that the output valve? I don't know.
Geoff said it worked last year.
It worked last year, Geoff, did it?
Yeah. But he hasn't tried it in a year. But when he did, it worked.
Okay. What we don't want to do is kill the output transformer.
Right. So take it gently.
Oh, God, it's heavy. Oh, that's probably why that doesn't work, because I've got the cable set in it. There we go. What should we do? Shall we or shan't we? Are you feeling lucky, anybody? I don't think it has, to be fair, Theo. I think we need to probably just step away from this. I don't think we're going to be firing this up quite today. I need to get the circuit diagram out for it. I need to get the lamp limiter out. I need to connect it up to the variac. There's a lot of things I need to do to this before I'm happy to just push the button. So I don't think we're going to be firing this up today.
So you think that there are more risks than there are?
Yeah, there's no point wrecking the radio just for the sake of firing it up to test it, really. Geoff said it worked. There's nothing to say it won't work, but there's also nothing to say that there's a problem with that coupling capacitor, and it won't kill the output valve or the worse still, the output transformer. But definitely a goer, I think. Someone's obviously been in and done a bit of remedial work. They haven't done it all, but Got some original GEC valves there, so 3 original ones I can see. Got a Marconi U78 there. I don't know what this one is. Let's have a look at this. It's like a 686. Spring loaded, nice. Yeah, it needs a good clean up. I need to take it outside and give it a good blow off and sort it out. And maybe we can look at firing this one up next week. I don't know what else did I have to look at next week that we were going to try.
Oh, there's several downstairs. Don't you worry about that.
Still got more.
Yeah,
I mean, I've only scratched the surface, really. This is less than half of the radios that Geoff let me have, easily.
Yeah.
Got to be less than half of what Geoff let me have. So we've only scratched the surface today, but I think it's going to be a good one for next Sunday's project, definitely. Good plan, Geoff saying, yeah. So I think we're going to leave it there, people. And I think we're going to leave the stream there for today. So let me just take everything off, because I think we've gone a little bit over. We normally finish for 6.
5 hours and 20 minutes.
Well, okay, so we're well over our usual slot. So I'm going to say goodbye for today, and Trev will as well.
Yeah, goodbye. Thanks ever so much.
Trev's over here still.
I really appreciate
Where is he?
it.
Trev's over
there. It's been great
there.
talking to you all, and been great watching all this.
Yeah. Give me a wave bye, Trev. So I hope you've enjoyed Trevor's input today. It's always different to have, it's always nice to have something else in to look at, apart from the old radios. Trev's a bit of an expert on the old headphones. Always appreciate his extra content. Cheers, lads. So that's it for today. I can smell our tea cooking at the moment, and the ladies are downstairs having a good old gossip, so we need to find out what they're talking about as well. So, I'm going to try and find my buttons here. And apologies for my latest patron, because I still haven't put you on the list, so apologies for that, but you will be on it for next week anyway. 7-3 Derek. Foxy's gone. Russie. Welcome, Russ. Didn't see you there, mate. Cheers, Rob Cross. Benji's in and out. There you are, people. Have a good one, and stay safe. We'll see you next week. Well, I will anyway. Bye for now.